Here we are. A bit late today by 15 minutes. Christ. Oh man, we watched the fight yesterday, boxing. Triple G got his ass handed to him. Well, not really. I mean, he lost, but it just was not a very impressive display of skill. But you know, he's old. He's old. Was like maybe he needed the last payment or something. Anyways, because we started late, we're just gonna go right into it. We're gonna do with the quick lazy peon video, and we'll move on to all the other league lore stuff. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more lore videos of about League of Legends. So yeah, let's get started. All right. First things first, though. First things first. We're gonna go with the Lazy Peon Warhammer Online in 2022. I didn't even know Warhammer was still like. I thought their MMORPG like they shut it down or something. I didn't even know that it was still live. No one's even talking about it. But let's see what the comments are saying real quick. Even though I'm not a Warhammer fan and have never played Warhammer Online, it's still nice to see such a dedicated fan base working to keep the game they share a love for alive. Man, I'm gonna have to give this a try. My brother and I played Dark Age of Camelot as our first proper MMO and really loved it, but I never got very far. I was young and just wanted to keep trying new classes. Years later, we jumped on the Age of Reckoning bandwagon after hearing it was from the same developer. Unfortunately, we never managed to get a computer that could run it. Glad to see it still got... Bro, those was like some dark times when it's like... Every almost year you needed to pretty much upgrade your computer because a game came out and like your computer was already too old. Like it was crazy how fast technology was, like how fast graphics and game requirements were going up. And like people just couldn't keep up. I think it slowed down at around 2009 to not even, probably 2010, 12, where pretty much everyone already had like a good enough computer for everything, basically, for like most of the games. But yeah, like until then it was like you're just playing catch up with technology or just stay in your lane, keep playing the same game over and over. But yeah, anyways, let's go.
Is an MMORPG by Mythic Entertainment that initially released in 2008 but was shut down in 2013.
Yeah, it was shut down, right?
The story ends though because since 2014 the game has had a very active private server known as Return of Reckoning, which even has its own dev team that creates and add new content to the game with weekly maintenance, bug fixes, and all the stuff you'd
I mean, technically if the game is shut down, then you won't be... Would you be sued for copyright? Since they're not, like, you're not no longer competing with the company. Like, I'm sure they can because you're still using their assets. But at the same time, like, for example, there's this old game T4C, which I keep mentioning because no one ever plays it. So, and like, people just bought the rights to use their content for their own private servers. I wonder if it's similar to like Warhammer Online, or it's kind of like a WoW situation where it's like, yeah, whatever, they're private servers and it is what it is. I wonder if WoW ever shuts down, will Blizzard ever pursue private servers again? I feel like the golden age of World of Warcraft, and ironically, is going to be when World of Warcraft retail shuts down, and just you're gonna have private servers or each expansion. I feel like that would actually be the best of the best World of Warcraft content, because each expansion, like each private server would just have like the last patch of an expansion lasting forever, so it doesn't even matter, like there's no time limit to like your character development. You will be able to try everything, right? Imagine like playing BFA corruptions and just being like for years. You know, it's like you're just gonna go fucking insane. Obviously, yeah, it's gonna suck there's no content, but it's like, imagine the corruptions you would be able to build, like crazy weird corruption builds that you'll be able to build because you have unlimited time to try everything out. Yeah, shit like that.
Expect from a live MMO. I covered this game back in March 2020 and the servers got overrun with new players.
Really?
Since then the game's had quite a few updates, of which you can see the trailers for.
But for free, no shop, no pay to win.
The player population still seems pretty decent. For those of you who have never played Warhammer Online, this is a realm vs realm PvP focused MMO with 2 factions. Order and Destruction. There's 6 different races in the game, and every class is race-locked with a total of 24 different classes, although half of the classes are mirrored with slight variation from the opposite faction's version. Warhammer Online also has PvE dungeons, a public quest system that's still fairly unique to this day, city sieges, hidden lairs with bosses, a large open world, and most famously, its massive realm vs realm battles that can support hundreds of players at a time.
Jesus.
In this video, we jump into Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning to see how it's getting on in 2022. But first, sponsor.
So the biggest problem with like 100 versus 100 PvP battles, as epic as it looks, unless you're a ranged class, bro, you're barely gonna have a chance to do anything. If you're a melee, your main goal as melee is not even to go at the enemy, it's to make sure that the enemy that goes for your rangers, like in close combat, is what you're gonna kill. It's like the team that has the dumbest melee will usually lose. Like the melee that charge ahead and just fucking get blown up are the ones who are usually gonna lose.
SD Gundam Battle Alliance is a brand new multiplayer Gundam action RPG which players battle in super deformed versions
I hate
of
Gundams.
suits from the Gundam series. In this game, you'll play through a deep single-player story with casual co-op multiplayer that takes place in the G universe, a world where Gundam canon twists and turns in ways that no one can predict. Along the way, you'll lead a 3-unit squadron consisting of mobile suits and pilots to decimate new enemies and correct this distorted false world in a true battle alliance. Tackle missions.
So why are you like, why are you chibi Gundam, you know?
Your friends as a 3-person team, unlock and experience a wide array of mobile suit weaponry, each of which have their own strengths and weaknesses, and experience famous scenes from various Gundam works. Charge through the city, still as much destruction as we can. So let's rescue this city by fighting in giant robots and flattening every building in sight.
Yeah.
Let's do the job that I was sent here to do. F and V, pop the ulti, big damage, now we can combo in. My friends are popping their ultis too. We are making short work of this boss. Mission complete. Click the link in the description.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a good game, might not, I don't know. I'm just saying, I just don't like Gundams as a whole. Just like mecha animes, and like there's very select few mecha animes that I like Code Geass and Full Metal Panic. Technically Gundam Seed, I believe, was good, but like most of them I just don't like mechas, you know. It's just, it takes away. I like character development, not fucking a machine that does it, you know.
Below and play SD Gundam Battle Alliance now. Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning, an active private server that's taken on a life of its own with an active dev team and content updates. So let's see how it's getting on in 2022. This is my character from the last time I played the game. New character, 2 factions, the Realm of Order or the Realm of Destruction. So you've got Dwarves, Empire or High Elves, Dark Elves, Chaos or Greenskins. What do we want to be?
Chaos.
Greenskin players. Chopper, Squig Herder, Black Orc, and the Shaman. Kind of looking for like ranged magic DPS, so none of those really.
Dark Elf then.
How about Dark Elves? Witch Elf, Sorceress, Blackguard, Disciple of Kani. Guarantee I've butchered that pronunciation. The class system of this game is pretty interesting. Each race has its own unique class, each of which covers tank, melee DPS, ranged DPS, or healer. As a dwarf, I've got Rune Priest for healer, Ironbreaker as a tank, Slayer melee DPS, Engineer as ranged DPS. Every race can fulfill each role. As I'm looking for a bit more of a traditional ranged DPS mage style character,
Sorcerer.
looks like I'm gonna be a Dark Elf Sorceress. Characteristic of witch elves and sorceresses, they're not wearing a whole lot.
Can you subscribe to my OnlyFans?
Let's play a male sorcerer. Can we make a handsome elf? Usually that's pretty difficult in MMOs. He just looks like someone that's gonna put a knife in his father's back. I need to play as a character I can trust, so if we can make a beautiful and average lady.
Just looks like somebody who's gonna put a knife in his father's back.
Maybe not a real elf.
Oh god.
When I look at her face, she looks like a Karanda. A bit of an elven name, isn't it?
A Karanda.
I've had many Karandas in my life, and they're all elves. Let's go. Some changes since your last login. Oh, that's nice. City Siege. Okay. It seems like there's been a lot of changes. I love these types of MMO opening sequences where you've got the kind of old style narrator with the panning shot that goes over.
The classic World of Warcraft stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Did they have it for Demon Hunters in Legion? I'm not even sure if they had it for Demon Hunters in Legion. The whole like narration thing.
Zone and gives you a little bit of story. It gives me like World of Warcraft starting zone vibes.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
And we're in the game. Here she is. Karanda the Sorceress. Straight away, another player. It's a good sign. Instantly got 3 quests to accept, which isn't typical for an MMO. Typically, you'll start off with just 1 at a time.
Yeah, usually.
Online lets you jump right into it though. Run out.
Start with like 1, and then it's
Not too
like
bad.
2 or
What is
3.
that? Some kind of giant
Motion.
evil-looking fortress. Oh, okay. Straight away, we're jumping into a vehicle right in our head. Wrecked. There's a giant bolt thrower pointing right at you. Instead of hiding behind the rock, she stands right on top of it. Donkey. Right off the bat, the UI in this game isn't actually too bad. It's not too busy. It actually looks kind of clean. This game chooses to have the XP bar at the top rather than the bottom, which is typically the most common in MMOs. Oh,
Yeah.
Another new player. Another sorceress has joined the realm and in the quest. Rank 2. Got myself some new shoes. Follow the path for the next quest hand-in. Nice to meet you, Namora the Hag. Imagine raising a daughter and she grows up to be known
The Hag.
as something the Hag. You'd feel as though you failed as a parent, wouldn't you? Lots
It depends. Hag and for Dark Elves might be a compliment, right? It's like a Dark Witch.
of structures littering the landscape. We have summoned the horse. And what a noble horse it is. Not really, he hasn't even got a tail. That's a scuffed horse, isn't it? Immediately upon starting the game, I've got 11 quests on the go at once. Nice. Oh, I see. So as a sorceress, I've got this resource called Dark Magic, and when I build up a certain amount of it, it increases my crit chance. Can I jump off here, or will there be an invisible barrier? Nope. Oh god, are we gonna die? Yes. Looking at the LFG chat in the bottom left, there are people looking for groups, so
I can see why Warhammer was not able to compete with World of Warcraft. Warhammer was released, what, 2009 or some shit? He said at the beginning of the video, but it's like, yeah, like, basically around Breath of the Lich King. And the gameplay is worse than Classic. Yeah, man, like, just, Classic was so ahead of its time. Like, just gameplay-wise. I don't know if, I mean, the content is better, I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, just the early feels, I can understand why Warhammer Online had to shut down.
that's always a good sign that people are playing the game. Now we've got to kill some lions. Oh god, we've pulled 2.
Yeah, like look at like how the mobs are running and
It's
shit.
hard to run. Dude, lions don't mess about. That's a pleasant surprise. I like MMOs where there's actually a possibility of dying. I can respect that.
Yeah, old school, man.
Revenge on these bloody lions. I'm level 5 now. These are level 3 easy mobs. I can take on 2 at once. Surely. What is that par thing? I say surely. I'm already at half health. No. What's it doing? Oh, 2 HP.
Dot.
Again. These level 3 lions have to be overtuned or something. What's going on? I'm getting mangled. Looks like we're pulling
Nah,
these things
if
back.
he was a warrior, probably wouldn't be an issue. It's I'm assuming so. This is like old school MMOs. If you're like a mage, a cloth wearer, you feel that lack of armor. Now it's like you play WoW. It's like, bro, you clothies are the tankiest fucking assholes.
Old school. It does this stun that CCs you, then it just goes hard on you. So you've got 2 lions.
Does the stun that CCs you? Yes, Bjorn. A stun is a crowd control. It does a stun, and the stun is the CC.
attacking you. The reason that they kill you is because you just kind of change CC by
What
a
is-
mob, which is crazy.
What is that landing? Yeah.
You do kind of expect things like that from a private server, to be fair. We're looking a little bit bare, aren't we? We're not very equipped. Ooh, staircase going down. Yes,
Wow.
this might be a little hidden open world dungeon. And yes, there's another player here. Hello, Morgath. We've got a friend to help us adventure. Looks like a rogue. Let's group up. Invite. This is an MMORPG after all. Declined your invitation? What do you mean declined? This underground dungeon's bloody huge. Right, let's just sprint out of here. You can't catch me.
Oh god, bro.
Fast as fuck. This is a public quest. Kill 30 soldiers. Level 6. All of these green items that keep dropping, it's for every class except mine. Getting a little bit unlucky. Okay, so I did stage 1 of the public quest. And now slightly harder mobs have spawned. Now I've got myself some gloves. We're slowly but surely getting dressed. Public quest scoreboard.
I feel like I'm watching, and this is the part, this is the saddest part about it. I feel like this MMO is from like the 90s, even though, let's be real, in the 90s, like it's like they were like really bad, but that's like how it feels like to me at this point in time. Even though this is like a 2009, this feels like from a 1999 type thing. It's crazy. It feels EverQuest basically. Yeah, really.
What do we got? We got the highest roll. A greater loot bag. Where is it? Open the chest to receive your reward. This chest, mate, I need to run all the way back. Okay, let's run to this chest, I guess. Will we get anything good? That's actually really good loot. Massive upgrade and shoulder pads. It always feels good to get your first shoulder pads.
That's true.
Good. So those public quests seem well worth doing. I've just realized.
I think like the shoulder pad thing is like, it's a WoW classic conditioning, because I think it takes you like 28 levels until you get your first shoulder pads. It's fucked up.
But you want to know something refreshing about this game? Look at the UI. What don't you see?
Add-ons?
A cash shop. There just isn't one. It's just stuff related to the game. If only we could go back to such a time.
I really don't like that the menus are up there.
No one wants to fight you.
I feel like the bottom right is a never used area of the screen that you use for vision. Top of the screen, I don't know, it's kind of like distracting to an extent.
You've got a fucking dildo on your head. Level 7? Purple robe, level 5. Yeah, we've got to go for the purple, surely. That's got to be a massive upgrade. It's literally just a recolor though. Oh, piss off. Fucking unicorns scared the crap out of me. I thought unicorns were majestic, peaceful creatures. Not in this game. They put heads on a pike. Brutal. This game wasn't kidding. These really are dark elves. This is probably like the 5th or 6th quest during this starting experience where I'm reading the quest and it just seems really confusing. I don't know if the quest is
again,
or if it's poorly explained, but even after reading the quest text, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. You got this on the map. It tells me
deciphering is a skill you get in real life while playing this game. It's like your deciphering skill, IRL, goes up while playing.
Looking for a large ancient pillar in this area somewhere. Large and well guarded. Well, what's this? Looks like an ancient pillar. Large and well guarded. What else is large and well guarded? Is this it? Really? Okay, so that's the objective, isn't it? Click on that bit of rock. Looks pretty much the same as all the other rocks. Based on what I've experienced with the questing in this game so far, if we ignore the fact that we are on a double XP server, I think if I'd have played this game back in the day, the quest design would definitely make my cons list, because it just hasn't been good. The questing has been kind of miserable. Don't get me wrong, public quests are really good. I do like those quite a lot. But the normal quests, compared to other MMOs at the time, I just think they're not good. Level 9.
Everything compared to other MMOs at the time, right now for this game, is not good in my opinion. Now, if you like the game, you're not necessarily wrong. It's fine to like the game, right? I'm like, you do you, I don't care. But it really doesn't look like a game that anyone can recommend to me with complete honesty, based on like, if you know my standards for gameplay, it really doesn't look that good, right? And it's like, I'm trying to like think, what does this game offer that is not offered in any other MMO, aside from like maybe a nostalgic feeling.
About 2.5 hours in at this point, and
For people who played this back way when, or like really loved the Warhammer universe.
quite some time, heading into some kind of gorge. You are now flagged for RVR. Cool. Wait, that's just scaled me to level 17. The last time I played this game, I think I remember that you could level up purely from doing PvP, which is pretty cool. Oh, there's a few players. I'm surprised because we're in a low-level PvP zone. There's 4 of us right here.
What's going on with the horses, man?
3, 2, 1. Renown 4. Right, I see. So once you've leveled up your renown, you can then buy better gear, which makes sense. A little bit more powerful now. No, I got a new robe and I was hoping it was different from my starting robe.
No.
It's not. It's still another recolor. I haven't had a single new robe since I started the game. Feels bad, man. Let's see if I can get access to a max level.
It's all about walking around naked, PM. Get used to it. You're not getting a different appearance until like maybe last levels and get epic gear, and that might be like a mini skirt with the with the cape.
Jump into some end game realm versus realm where there's actually players and it's a bit more competitive, because realistically most people playing this game are at max level. So I've gained temporary access to a high level account to check out some of the end game, and look at some of these characters.
Level 40 is max, huh?
Looks bloody badass. Squig herder. If you go anywhere near this guy, you're just gonna cut yourself. And Disciple of Kani, which looks like a healer. A healer that uses a sword. Very cool. Always appreciate games where the end game characters actually look cool. Let's start with Squig herder. What's this? Red Battle Wolf. Wow, this is my mount, is it? Really suits the race that I'm playing. Oh, what? I've pressed Squig armor and it's turned me into a demon.
A squig?
What? Okay, let's join a scenario.
I'm assuming turned you to a squig.
Straight into the action. Yeah, this is PvP scenario. I was queued for like almost no time. We're instantly into a battle. Big damage. We're all just attacking this one person. I think they're a healer, but they just seem unkillable. I'm actually almost dead. Let's turn into a squig. I got a bunch of squig abilities. No one's dying. What is happening? Oh, it's actually player collision. Kind of surprised that's a thing for some reason. Player collision's typically not a thing in tab targeting MMOs. Squig herder seems like a pretty cool class though. Most of the abilities are castable on the move. No one's dying. This is the weirdest PvP I've ever seen in my life. Oh,
yeah.
We won. So we've joined a
we won.
We got a party
Somehow.
of about 22. Apparently the guys are over here. Let's join.
I would say it's a good thing and a bad thing no one's dying, considering like you're going 100 versus 100. You want the like people who are melee to be super fucking tanky, but it also feels really bad. That means like in a 1v1 no one is gonna die ever. The game is basically not built for like 1v1s, arenas and stuff like that. It's just built for like massive fights, because otherwise no one's gonna die.
Scale siege weapons that I could jump into if I wanted. Just regrouped with the RVR Zerg. Guess we're gonna wait here for a bit, then head out. It's actually kind of crazy that I've found a full RVR group in a private server MMO, isn't it? And I'm not even playing at peak time at all. It's gotta be like early morning EU time right now, and there's still people PvPing. Right, time to Zerg these motherfuckers down. Take them out. Big damage. Grab the flag. Head over here. Save me. Oh no, we're getting wrecked in the back line. Squig mode. Big damage.
Squig mode.
Nice. Played around on the squig herder for a bit. Let's try out something different. Next, let's try the marauder. This guy looks like he does big damage. Oh, this one has tentacles come out of his back. So I guess this is one of the capital cities. Seems pretty cool. Except for the fact that there's heaps of shit just lying around everywhere.
I mean,
this has a lot of abilities and like stance switching, so this is probably going to be an absolute mess. I'm just going to press whatever's off cooldown, to be honest. Can we jump in the sea? Oh, we actually can. Bounces me back on the ship. Wait, we lost already? That was quick. This class looks cool, but I kind of want to be a healer. Okay, spawned in on the healer class, and I have no idea where we are, but it looks cool. Giant eye tower thing, random wormhole in the sky. Pretty cool environment. My character looks badass. So this is the mount that this race has. It's a bloody dinosaur. Reading the abilities of this healer is pretty cool. It's kind of like an AoE aura style healer, where people in range get certain benefits based on your
support healer.
I think the map in this game is really terrible. Like, I'm in a city and I'm trying to find the flight path, and just looking at this, what's this really telling me? Not a whole lot. I can't even like zoom in. If I scroll, this is what I see. This time we've got a different scenario. I've joined midway, so this is like a pyramid battleground. I think I'm contributing. I'm not entirely sure, and we've won. That was really quick. Just exploring the world a little bit. This is quite a colourful, vibrant area. Do one more scenario. Go on then. Big heals. I think we're going to stomp the enemy team pretty quickly here. This dwarf here, like, no one's even bothering to attack them because no one can deal any damage. We won in like 2 minutes. GG's. Warhammer Online. I bet a lot of you guys didn't even know that this game was still a thing.
Yep.
As you've seen in this video, yes, indeed it is. And you can still pretty easily get groups for Battlegrounds and also Realm vs. Realm.
Please don't punt him. And someone punted him. Yeah.
Gods.
Oh my. I'm clicking as hard as I can. 5 seconds. Oh my god. Oh yes. Oh no, don't let him die. Don't let him die.
You know what's sad is? I think this is why I have like very low hopes for the MMO genre. When was the last time you saw someone young playing an MMORPG? Like, there's a ton of young streamers out there, right? It's like number one job for people in the US right now, what kids want to be when they grow up, is an influencer, a streamer, a YouTuber, all that stuff, right? That's like number one job for them, which is sad, but it is what it is. And the worst part is, I don't think any of them play MMORPGs. It's literally only like boomers, like 30 plus, balding men. Some women, of course. Married men with kids and shit like that. Maybe like the kids of like an MMO player, maybe they would play, right? But it's like, let's give it like a solid 50% chance, which is like way too much, right? Let's say 50% chance your kid, like you and your spouse, are MMO players. You have a kid. I would give it a 50-50 chance your kid will want to play MMOs as he grows older. So out of 2 people, you got 1 kid, maybe, right? Listen to this. Out of 2 people, you have 2 kids. Let's say one of them plays an MMO, right? So it's like, in the best case scenario, MMOs will lose 50% of its player base within the next 20 years, right? This is like best case scenario. The worst case, it's like, I don't even want to go there. Yeah, man, I don't know. I feel like the MMO genre is just gonna basically like just die out, right? It's like it's fucked unless like something like really fucking interesting happens in the MMO genre. The thing is with MMOs though, they can make like a world where you can fit so many other game genres. Here's an example. World of Warcraft BFA's Warfronts. You could have easily made that mode, first of all, not mandatory. Second of all, make it the strategy game that it portrays, rather than like making it the Renegade of Warcraft 3. You know, if anyone played Command Conquer Renegade, it's basically they took the strategy game and they put you as one of the soldiers, like a commando type, and you're doing missions as a solo player shooter, rather than like the commander who organized the strategy and shit like that. That's literally what Warfronts was, and it sucked. But what if you put what if you put literally Warcraft 3 inside of WoW? In the case of Warfronts, What if you put Hearthstone inside of WoW, right? What if you put a Mario type game inside of WoW? You had Flappy Bird, you can easily do a Mario type. You know, all that stuff, like all these things you can easily put into the MMORPG. They don't have to be mandatory, but it's like you can put so many different games into your game to make it more appealing for everyone. And everyone can play it however they want to, right? And they can experience the other things. Right now, when you think about MMO, you think about massive time investment. It doesn't have to be that way, though. Heck, honestly, you can even make, inside of MMOs, you can easily make shooters with vehicles. Have a BG with vehicles and you have a shooter. Right? Shit like that. It's like, I don't understand why they don't want to add all these things. I know it takes development time, shit like that, but it's like, you gotta change it up, man. Everyone sees the trajectory of MMOs. The MMO genre is just going downhill year after year. It's never... it is never gonna be the amount of people you had. Take all the MMORPG games together, combined, you don't have as many players as you had during Wrath of the Lich King for one game. Probably. It's fucked up.
As for the pros and cons, they're basically the same as the last time I covered this game.
Yeah.
It's a full free-to-play game with no cash shop, decent-looking UI, unique classes, you're able to PvP straight away as well as level up.
Pretty much, yeah.
The game's set in the Warhammer universe, which is perfect for an MMORPG.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'd love to see a new Warhammer MMO sometime in the future, as this one didn't really do the IP justice. Return of Reckoning is a very populated private server. The devs actually create new content for this game and keep it updated as if the game never got shut down. The public quests are well done, it's got nice fantasy music, and a solid mix of PvP and PvE content from instanced battlegrounds, realm vs realm and dungeons, all of which you're able to find groups for on this server. The randomised class gear drops annoyed me whilst questing, the graphics are a bit outdated nowadays, the combat isn't as good as other tab targeting MMOs, I think the in-game map sucks as you're not able to really zoom in. I don't like the damage numbers in this game, I think they look kinda underwhelming. And I thought that some of the normal PvE quests were poorly written and caused me unnecessary confusion. Overall, Return of Reckoning is a top-tier private server that's actually managed to not just emulate Warhammer Online for the past 8 years,
as it still cons.
Unfinished content
Should be overall now.
Official servers, add completely new content to the game that didn't previously exist, and maintain a passionate community of fans that keep the game alive. As for the game itself, I think it probably shut down too early, but I can see that the game needed a lot of work, and the gameplay is just straight up lacking compared
I don't think it shut down too early. I think they cut their losses and just said, fuck it, like, we fucked up, not worth it. I feel like the only problem with them shutting down early is that it probably demotivated them from making another Warhammer MMO. Though honestly, I feel like Warhammer universe right now is actually getting a bit of traction and a bit more interest. All they need is like one massive Warhammer game that would really bring the player base into the world, and they can probably go and do another MMO with like Unreal 4 and Unreal 5 or something like that, and just like actually make it like look good and feel good. There's like so many years of experience of knowing what players want in the Warhammer, in like from an MMO, and technically Warhammer easily has everything that you need. The world, like with the Riot MMO, like with the Ashes kind of MMO, where like the world is already built. Yeah, the world's already built. The lore is already there. It's like, it's compared to like any other MMO, Warhammer is probably like one of the easiest MMOs to make out of everything else. Well as Riot, obviously. Warhammer should be a very easy MMO to make.
To other tab MMOs, in my opinion. If you're a big Warhammer fan though, you'll probably have a lot of fun checking out the Return of Reckoning private server. But that's it for this video. As always, let me know your...
No, I don't think it should be a tab target. I think Warhammer would be better suited as an action MMO. Kind of like... Ooh, what are those games where you you're like a champion in a massive army, and like you just have like massive skills, and all you do is just fight massive battles, but like you just destroy hundreds of mobs alone. Meanwhile, your army also does stuff. I feel like that would probably work better. Yeah.
Warhammer Online and Return of Reckoning in the comments below. And would you also like to see a new MMORPG utilize the Warhammer IP again?
It just looks chaotic.
So
Like,
showing
nothing
you
is.
on screen, zerg that like button for the algorithm.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So I don't know. What do I think? Definitely not gonna play it ever. But like, I don't think it's gonna get many players interested. The only ones who are gonna be interested in this MMO are probably players who are really interested in the Warhammer universe already, and people who probably played before and kind of like want to replay it again or something like that. And obviously the people who are already playing it will probably keep playing it. Boomers are not like to change the game that they're maining, let's just say it like that. Anyways, that's the video. That's Lazy Peon. Obviously, give it a like, subscribe, and all that stuff to Lazy Peon. And if you want, you can also like and subscribe to me, and you know, I'll go on our merry way. It doesn't cost you anything. It gives me support, and it's all good. Anyways, yeah, that's the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Ooh, man. All right, I will be right back. I gotta unload the load, you know what I'm saying? Be right back. All right. Okay, that's that. Scene. Let's see what's going on here. Ooh, I got a like. Hell yeah. Magists versus mages. Magists versus mages. Okay, let's see. I finished uploading. Okay, I can delete the videos now. It really sucks, man. Like, I probably need to buy like 20 more terabytes or some shit like that if I want to maintain all these videos in case I need to re-upload or something. Someone disliked. 2 people disliked my. Oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot believe. I mean, it's not as bad as my take on FF14's Ukraine thing, which I believe has the 14 views and all dislikes. Oh, look at that. Yeah, there you go. 1 dislike on Kindred. Where's the Ukraine thing? Stop supporting Ukraine. Wait. Let's see, sound content. Ah, come on. Does it show me the thing here? No, right? Let's just go here. Analytics. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? 3 views. I over exaggerated the views. How many likes and dislikes? Where was it? Engagement. 82.9%. Or is this for all of it? Okay, whatever. I don't know. I don't know how to look at this. Either way, it was very unpopular opinion. I think though, like, it was the right decision either way. Anyways, let's learn about Ionia, shall we? But first, Coca-Cola. Okay. Ionia. Necrits, all you need to know about Ionia lore. We need a whole book for Runeterra with everything. Dude, I'm pretty sure they will probably release a Chronicles for Runeterra. I am pretty sure. Collector's edition with the MMORPG when it releases, with a massive book about like pretty much everything. I don't see them not doing it. It's such a good money grab. And it's like, it's not like a scam or anything. It's like, it's really important. All right. And then someone will make YouTube videos about the Chronicles and all that stuff. Anyways, all I need to know about Ionia by Necrit. Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome to another
Hello.
video that will help those of you who are just starting with the lore of League of Legends. Last time we had a look at Demacia and its questionable ways of dealing with mages.
Blur.
And this time we'll have a look at the region requested the most, Ionia.
Yep.
Unlike in Demacia, where the story
Bro,
is
Ionia,
easy to explain.
like I said before, there's no way they're not releasing Ionia on like 1.0. There's no way. It's just the best looking area by far. Demacia, like the city state, looks amazing, don't get me wrong, but Ionia as a zone as a whole just looks amazing. There's no way. Also, it has the Far Eastern aesthetics, which, you know, right now, especially with like how people are weebing everywhere, like, it is what it is.
Ionia is kind of all over the place. Its lore has many different pieces, where each piece has a totally different origin. So if at times it feels like Ionia doesn't quite make sense,
It's because it doesn't.
you'll know what I mean by this as we go through the stories of all the Ionian champions.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, because Ionia contains so many champions with so many different stories, we will only quickly explain what's the deal with them.
Okay.
The priority is still to show people the basics, so they can head out and read any story they want without issues. So with that
Fair.
said, let's have a look at what Ionia even is. Although many may think that Ionia is an island, it is actually a continent. just like Valoran or Shurima. But the lands of Ionia are unique to the other continents, because here, nature is a powerful force. It is almost as if the entire continent was alive. But it's not just moving flowers and trees. The spirit of nature can also lower and raise water levels, call in hurricanes, or even command animals. And depending on how mortals behave in these lands, the spirit of nature can either help them or punish them. If you cut down a couple of trees in order to make a fancy house, the next morning you may wake up with your house being destroyed by the roots of the other trees. And if you hunt animals for sport, nature might call all the nearby animals to hunt you. With that said, you don't necessarily have to be vegan to live in Ionia. If you kill an animal in Ionia, you just need to make sure it doesn't go to waste.
Yeah, makes sense.
The meat for food and the fur to stay warm. That's the circle of life after all. But the moment you start hunting for fun, and not because you need to, that's when you'll have to face the wrath of nature. Now, the story of Ionia doesn't really have a beginning, so we just have to start with the first mentions of Ionia we have. The first Ionian story happened about 6,000 years before the present events. During
The giants.
most of the first human settlements were spread across the two main continents. But after wars erupted in both Shurima and Valoran, people started running away from all the conflict. And that's when humans started first arriving in Ionia too. Now, there is a little bit of a misalignment in the story. The main Ionian story explains that humans started running away from the Great Void War. But other stories that previously explained what the Great Void War was
Isn't
were
the
removed. So right now,
Yeah.
the only war with the Void we know about was in Icathia. But that
Yeah, but that didn't make people escape, right? It was just the Rune Wars.
was many years after the events of Ionia. So because things in this era...
Oh, this is actually even before the Rune Wars then.
a little bit unclear. Just remember that
Yeah.
people were running away from some kind of cataclysm on Runeterra.
Okay.
And the only safe place for them at that time was Ionia. But of course, humans weren't the first beings to settle in Ionia. Before them, there were the native creatures called the Vastaya Shirei. The Vastaya Shirei are these magical animalistic beings with special powers. Some could read thoughts. Some could gather genetic information about other creatures by touch.
So are the Vastaya, like regular Vastaya now, are the Vastaya Shirei hooking up with humans? Is that basically what happened? The people who went to Ionia first are sick in the head. They're sick. It is a sickness. It is a sickness.
Touching them. But most importantly, some Vastaya Shirei could shapeshift. And this shapeshifting is what most likely led into the fact that when humans first arrived in Ionia and they finally met the Vastaya Shirei, they started reproducing together and they spawned a
It is a sickness.
the Vastaya. Riot even gave us this amazing evolution tree. Here you can see how the different tribes of Vastaya evolved. At the bottom, you can notice how humans and the Vastaya Shirei combined into the Vastaya. From there, we have the Landwalker tribes. For example, the Kilash, which is what Rengar is. The Shimon, which is what Wukong is.
Shimao.
Then there is Ari. Now don't get confused. The reason why Ari is separated from the others is because this picture was painted by Eduard Centangelo, who was an explorer from Piltover. He encountered Ari in the wilds while exploring Ionia, and he fell in love with her,
Yeah.
despite never talking to her. So
I mean, can't blame the guy, let's be real. So, I mean,
the special snowflake here is because the
Yeah.
person who painted this had a soft spot for her. Anyway, you can also notice the Vastayan tribes of the sea.
Same.
And of course, we know Nami as one of the Marai. At the top, there are also the Vastayan tribes of the sky. But unfortunately, we don't know anyone from these. And lastly,
really? Wouldn't Chaya, Zaya, and Rakan be of the sky though? Since they're birds?
all this time you might have noticed shapeshifters right beside the tree. That's because shapeshifters are related to the Vastaya, but they are still entirely separate race. Because shapeshifters can change their appearance, which is something no Vastaya that we know of can do.
Except
but there is
Nico?
an exception to this rule. There is also Nico.
Yeah.
Nico comes from the Uviket tribe. During the early years of human settlements in Ionia, the Uviket tribe decided to travel to the east, to an island that is not even on the map. There they lived
Even more
the
east.
rest of Ionia,
Okay.
until their island was destroyed and the survivors were forced to leave. Nico is an exception to the Vastayan evolution tree because she's extremely close to the Vastaya Shirei. She even said so herself.
Nico is Uvi Cat. We are not Vastaya. We are Vastai Shirei. We are more colorful.
Despite the Uviket
Bro, whoever voice acted her. Like that. Stop. She's so annoying.
being categorized as a Vastayan tribe. The reason for this is most likely because the Uviket are one of the first generations of the Vastaya, and because they left Ionia, there wasn't a chance to dilute their genes with human genetics even more, so most of their Vastaya Shirei abilities stayed intact. I say this, but none of this was actually explained to me.
Yeah, just
So
theory.
take this as an unconfirmed speculation. Anyway, with that said, that is pretty much how Ionia got kickstarted.
Okay.
People left the main continents after wars erupted there, they traveled to Ionia and started pairing with the local beings. This
It is a sickness.
is how ancient Ionia was founded. Fun fact, the ancient Ionia was also called the First Lands by the native Ionians.
They were like the first fairies of Runeterra. The first fairies. Like the people who like dress up as furs and want to mate with other fairies. That's the people who escaped. I honestly don't think I don't think there was actually a cataclysm 6,000 years ago. I feel like the people of those two continents were like, yo, you guys are sick. We need to like you know, put you to the stick. You guys are like doing some weird shit. We don't want this outside, and they're like, I think they're gonna kill us all. We need to leave. And then they leave to Ionia. It's like, this is paradise. All these fairies we can bang. So
From this
disgusting.
point on,
It's a
the
sickness.
all over the place. But I'll try to keep it accurate
Oh,
to the
God.
overall timeline. So we'll go from the oldest events to the newest. Years after Ionia got populated by humans and the Vastaya, the nation of the Iceborn rose in Freljord. With them,
Yeah.
there was Ivern the Cruel, a Freljordian warrior who was looking for a way to fight back the Iceborn and
Yeah.
save his people. He learned that according to a legend, there was a place that was said to be the source of all magic. So he set
Some
out
tree.
from the Frostguard harbors, and he traveled all the way to Ionia. When the Freljordian warriors arrived in Ionia, the locals surrendered, and they led Ivern to a sacred grove known as Omikaelan, the heart of the world. There, Ivern's army had to face the wild Vastaya that were protecting what stood in the middle of the grove. The God Willow, a massive tree that
The tree,
shone with
yeah.
magical light. Ivern's army didn't stand a chance against the ferocious chimeric beings, but before they were all shred to pieces, Ivern swung his axe at the tree. Then there was a flash of light, and the next time Ivern woke up, he was
It was a
one
tree.
of the God Willow. He was the Green Father. Here it is important to say that Ivern didn't become the spirit of nature. We don't really know the limits of his powers, but as far as we know, Ivern is more like the messenger of the spirit of nature. After the story of Ivern, there is a massive jump in time, because for the next 5,000 years, Ionia was just a place of peace and harmony. During all this time, the only thing that happened is that at the end of the Darkin War, which was about 1400 years before the present events, the unnamed warrior queen of Shurima sacrificed herself to steal Varus's bow in the magical well of Pallas, which is a place in Ionia. But
Okay.
other than that, nothing really happened here. 400 years after that, or about 1000 years before the present events, is when modern Ionia was founded. This
Okay.
time, it was actually called Ionia and not the First Lands. During these times, the rune wars were raging across the other continents, while Ionia stayed relatively safe. However,
Makes
as
sense.
sages around the world started discovering magical forces, they also discovered shadow magic. This was a special type of magic that required the mage to temporarily step into the shadow realms. In short, to make this a bit easier to understand, shadow magic borrows power from a realm beyond the physical plane. But
Yeah.
as the mages of Runeterra toyed with the shadow
I'm more surprised that shadow magic and void magic are different, because in most lore stuff outside of like Runeterra, shadow and void is usually pretty much the same. But here shadow is like refers to death, where so void is just like something else completely. But shadow still like the counter for shadow is still light magic usually. What's the counter for void magic? Because it can be light magic is a counter for void and counter for what's it called? For shadow. So they have to have some type of power that is counter to void. I am gonna assume maybe what they're gonna do is the only thing that can fight the void is void. That and Aurelian Soul. But what power does Aurelian Soul use? Maybe it's Arcane then? Would Arcane then be the counter to void?
Shadow realms more and more. They accidentally spawned Nocturne inside these shadow realms.
Oh, well.
Let me tell you, Nocturne doesn't like it when you step into his domain. So
Yeah, well.
now, whoever is using shadow magic is risking their lives. Because Nocturne can find you there and butcher you. Now, the reason why I'm even talking about shadow magic...
So how does this relate? So how does that relate to Lux's great-grandfather then? Was he a shadow mage? But he's Demacian.
Despite the old video we made, there is the possibility that the shadow magic is very close to the shadow techniques. And it was about 1000 years ago that the ninja order of the Kinko Monastery banned shadow techniques.
Yeah.
From this point on, we are in the modern era, and all the stories happen almost at the same time. So it will definitely feel like the story is all over the place. And again, because there is a lot of different stories happening here, we are just doing the TLDR versions of them.
Okay.
Except for the first one, but you'll see why. So, let's get on it. Roughly 40 years ago, we got the story of Shen, Zed and Jin. Their story is quite a fan favorite, but it's quite long, so here's the short version. Shen and Zed were two boys who trained to become ninjas in the Kinko Monastery. They trained under the great Master Kusho, who was Shen's father. One day, Master Kusho, together with Shen and Zed at his side, were called to deal with a mystery. Their mission was to capture the infamous Golden Demon, a being that terrorized half of Ionia. And so, the three went on a really long journey, tracking down this monster. The issue was that this monster left behind grotesque-looking corpses, usually twisted in odd ways. Having to witness and study these corpses wasn't good for the mental health of the team. And so, as they dug deeper and deeper into the mystery, this horrifying experience changed them. Master Kusho's hair slowly turned white. Shen changed from a humorous student to a quiet boy. And Zed developed a certain dark side in his heart. In the end, we found out that the being responsible for all the killings wasn't a demon or a monster. It was a mere man called Kada Jin. Zed wanted to meet him where he stood, but Kusho stopped him, ordering that Jin...
Honestly, I'm not surprised that Zed betrayed the order. I mean, bro, yes, you gotta execute this guy, like, straight up, man. What? Like, he doesn't need a trial. He'd, like, kill him. Like, this guy's a fucking psycho. He enjoys killing. He creates art out of corpses. Like, yes, kill him. Like, it's... No wonder Zed left the order and just...
Jin would be imprisoned instead. After that, the three ninjas returned to the Kinko Monastery, and Jin was put in the Tula prison. Here is where the story gets interrupted by another major event.
Noxus.
During these times, Noxus was led by Borem Darkwill, a mad leader whose mind was manipulated by LeBlanc.
Hell yeah.
LeBlanc promised him that he could find eternal youth in Ionia. And so, because he was already consumed by madness, Borem Darkwill launched the Noxian invasion of Ionia. A campaign...
Even super pixelated LeBlanc is holy fuck, she's out.
that changed Ionia's future forever. First of all, as Noxians started invading Ionian shores, some Ionians wanted to fight back, while others took the passive approach. As we mentioned, there was peace in Ionia for about 5,000 years.
Yep.
And it was mostly because the spirit of nature could deal with everything. Whatever evil approached Ionia, nature would instantly punish it. But some people believe that they should let Noxians be, because nature would deal with them and balance everything out. Others noticed that nature didn't have the power to push back this massive invasion. And so, Ionia split in two halves. Half of the nation wanted to fight back, while others
makes sense.
that the right approach was to let them be. Going back to the Kinko Monastery, Zed believed that they had to fight Noxians with all weapons they had.
Hell yeah.
So he ventured deep into the monastery, where he found a black box. He opened the box and his mind was enveloped with forbidden shadow magic. After that, when Zed walked out of the monastery, he met Kusho and he told his master that he wanted to fight Noxians. But Master Kusho refused to fight. And so Zed left the monastery and he started his own order. where he taught his students how to use the shadow techniques against Noxians. Anyone who would threaten their lands, or anyone who stood idle not protecting them, would be marked as their enemy. This included the native Vastaya as well. So as you can tell, Zed went a little bit crazy.
Just a bit.
But what's worse, Zed realized that he was reaching his limits. And so he gathered his students and marched back to the Kinko monastery to get the black box. When they arrived at the monastery, Kusho surrendered. He didn't want to fight his student. And what happened next is a mystery to us. We know that Kusho and Zed walked together inside the monastery, but only Zed walked back out. He held the black box in one hand and a bloodied blade in the other hand. After that, Zed ordered his students to kill everyone, which forced the remaining ninjas such as Shen, Akali or Kennen to leave and continue their ninja training on their own. But don't worry, because the ninjas fractured even more, because Akali also wanted to fight Noxians, and so she left too. Also, Shen became the new Eye of Twilight, which is this super powerful ninja leader, who has the ability to step in and out of the spirit realm to keep balance on both sides. And on top of all of this, eventually people freed Jin, because
the council or whatever.
He was also really good at killing, and so people thought that he would be a really good weapon against the Noxians, which might have been a mistake.
Maybe.
I told you the ninja story was a bit longer, but that should be it. So let's have a look at the others now.
But then, so how did Jin make it to Piltover then, after that? Did he just leave Ionia after the Noxus thing and just went to Piltover?
The Noxian invasion continued. Noxians used all kinds of crazy weapons in this war. This included children. One of their tactics was to literally dump out...
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Included children.
They used Jarvan the Fourth as a weapon.
One of their tactics was to literally dump armed children at the shores. And because Ionians wouldn't know whether to fight back or not, these children could easily surprise them. One of these young living weapons was Kain. Kain was a Noxian kid who was used in the first wave of the invasion. He survived on his own until he met Zed on the battlefield. Who, instead of killing him, decided to accept Kain as his student and use his talents for a greater cause. Other teenage kids that were used in this war were
Interesting.
River, who was dragged here all the way from Travail, and who decided to switch sides after she saw what Noxians were doing to Ionians, and Thalia.
Oh, was she a kid?
Naively sent her to Noxus because they
Thalia is a kid, yeah. Was Riven considered a kid at that point?
Later, as the invasion continued deeper into Ionian lands, Noxians started using chemical bombs to reach the capital city, Navori. This is where Ionians finally turned the tides, as Irelia started a revolution. Although she was just a kid, she managed to cut off the hand of a Noxian commander, who was actually Swain. And by doing so, she inspired a lot of Ionians to finally start fighting back. But not before Noxians managed to capture Xinjiao and drag him back to Noxus. In the middle of all this mess, there was also Karma. Karma's real name is actually Dara. She was also possessed by the spirit of Karma.
Oh, that's what happened.
The thing you need to know is that Karma is something like a protective Ionian spirit. But overall, she doesn't actually have a big role in the shaping of Ionia. Another champion who decided to fight back Noxians was Master Yi.
Oh yeah.
Master Yi came from the Wuju village.
So
which was a
overpowered.
village that stayed hidden because it held the secrets to the deadliest fighting style on the
Clearly not hidden enough. Clearly not hidden enough.
planet. Despite the fact that he was forbidden to leave the village, Master Yi showed up on the battlefields, and he built entire legions on his own. But Noxians managed to track down where he came from. And just to be safe, they nuked the Wuju village. Next, as the invasion spread to Pallas, we got the story of Valmar and Kai, two Ionian hunters. Long story short, Kai was mortally wounded, so in order to save his life, Valmar jumped with him into the powerful well where Varus was sealed. And later,
that's what I
Varus
thought
was
was.
reborn with the combined body of Valmar and Kai. While all of this was happening, there is also the story of Yasuo. Yasuo was a swordmaster who was meant to protect the elder of his village. But when Noxians started conquering the surrounding villages,
He abandoned his duty.
Supposed to stop them, which he did. But when he returned, the elder he was supposed to protect was dead. And
Do we still not know who killed the elder? I bet it was his master.
everyone thought that Yasuo killed him. Spoiler alert, later we learned that technically the master killed himself when he was trying to help.
Oh, okay.
Then we have Lee Sin. Lee Sin was a monk of the
Now we do, so we do know.
who was trying to master his gift, which was the ability to use the primal rage of the dragon. One time he grew impatient, and he tried to use the dragon's kick on his instructor. Unfortunately, he managed to paralyze the instructor, and so he was banished for his arrogance. After that, Lee Sin simply traveled around until he found Udyr, a man who also lost his ways. Together the two men bonded, and when they heard that Noxus...
Nothing than some brotherly love, you know? Is that why I see a lot of games of Udyr and Lee Sin?
invaded Ionia, they returned to the Hirana monastery to protect it.
Used to see.
Lee Sin was forced to evoke the power of the dragon again, and with that he was engulfed in flames, which burned his skin and melted his eyes. Finally, the last story, which is also an event that happened in the present times, is the story of Syndra. Syndra comes from Phalor in Ionia. She was a child with a gift of power. She could wield magic unmatched by anyone in Ionia. So just to be safe, Syndra's mentor limited her powers with a spell. However, as Syndra grew up, she found out that her powers were being limited. And so, feeling betrayed, she killed her mentor, which broke the spell, and Syndra got her unlimited power back. This caused a great explosion of negative magic in Phalor. And in response, the spirit of Ionia itself decided to lock Syndra down, as roots shot up and dragged Syndra down to an underground prison, where living water suppressed her powers, and trapped her in a magical sleep.
See, the way they're telling the Syndra story is that the elders were suppressing her power and trying to, like, control her and shit. All the elders had to do is, like, tell her, listen, we're gonna lower your power because you can't handle it right now, and we just want to avoid you blowing, like, yourself and everyone around you up. Once you can control it, we will unleash the seal slowly so you get more and more power, but you'll be able to control it. That's all they had to do. And then she wouldn't turn to a maniac. But no. They had to do some dumb shit.
And lastly, we have only two more champions to talk about. Xayah and Rakan. These two Vastayan lovers met in Volonko, which is a place you can actually find on the map. But despite the region being in war with Noxus, Xayah, Rakan and their Vastayan special force is more in war with the Order of the Shadow led by Zed. That's because Zed is trying to expand the Shadow techniques. He is tapping into the magical forces of Ionia, and in the process he is tainting the nature with dark magic. This is what Rakan and Xayah are trying to prevent. I know this was a lot of information. So
that's why they're fighting those, like, shadowy warriors in the introduction cinematic. I think they were shadowy warrior, right? For Xayah and Rakan.
For Ionia. Everything will make even more sense when we have a look at Noxus, because the entire invasion will get more context. Actually, one more piece of information. There are dragons in Ionia, and look at the size of the eggs. And look at the dragon going on rampage. Anyway, the final thing we can mention is Bard. I know Bard's cinematic is old.
But he's not Ionian, is he?
Information we got. Whatever happened in it, happened in Ionia. But at this point, we've been trying for too many years to figure out what's happening here. Or what the heck this even is. Also, Riot, if you decide to cut a mountain in half, please at least put it on the map next time.
Which mountain was cut in half?
Did you know that there's social media and Twitch where we talk about other
Oh god, bro. Okay, is that the champion teaser? Yeah, they're fighting like shadow ninjas, right? Oh yeah, and there's Zed. Okay. Wait, oh, that's not even the... Is this even the... I feel like this is not... Is this the one I saw? Restoring the wild magical enemy won't be easy when deadly enemy lurks in the shadows. A man who looks at you the way Rakan looks at himself. Bro! Oh my god. That comment. Wow. This is the Rakan cinematic, right? Why is Xayah attacking Zed? Everything goes on. Loves him. Yeah, this is the introduction. I didn't remember them fighting Zed there, but yeah. Alright, cool. Anyways, yeah, so that's the video. Good shit, good shit. We like it, we like it. Alright, so that's pretty much Ionia. Like, pretty much, I don't think I learned much about that, just more like locations, which I already forgot what is where. The Jin stuff, I mean, can't blame Zed for wanting to kill him. This makes sense. I know I killed the master. Was there anything that I didn't know about that? Oh, I didn't know that, like I didn't know Riven and Irelia were kids when the invasion started. But other than that, maybe like we have... Hey, Razvan, what's up? Maybe we have a different understanding of what a kid is, I guess. But yeah, anyways. Also didn't really know Karma was a mini aspect or some shit like that. Whatever. Anyways, that's the video. And we're gonna go into the next one, which is the Noxian invasion, which is again related to Ionia. I think all of them are technically related to Ionia for the most part. Well, the next three are. Yeah. Anyways, let's go next. Okay, alright, so the second Noxian invasion, I feel like the hooded lady story is actually true, and she said that she made it up because she realized that she's revealing too much about the afterlife. Since Ari is able to extract the memories of her victims, it would make sense that members of her species would know more about the process of death. Alright. Da-da-da-da-dum.
As we went on a rampage with all the cinematics, we had to skip the story, which we will finally cover today. The reason why I wanted to get to this one as fast as possible is because this one may be teasing the next champion. Something like this already happened before.
Is it?
Quite some time back, Riot released the Demacian Heart story, where
Echo.
a small kit
Silas.
was used as a tool to seek out mages.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks later, this kit turned out to be the next champion.
Silas. Yeah.
With that said, 3 months ago, we also got an Ionian story that introduced a character with a very unique design. Her name is Faye. She is a
We don't know her.
childhood friend.
Oh,
She
okay.
is missing a leg because of her.
Oh.
I still believe that Faye
Great
is
friend.
too interesting to not be turned into a champion.
Like, great friend. She's missing a leg because of her best friend. Oh, nice. Don't go into detail. Just leave it like that.
One day. But that story proves that not every interesting side character has to be turned into a new champion quickly.
Yeah, of course.
However, this time around, something feels different. Because
Oh.
we know that the next champion is supposed to be someone masked, who refuses to die. And long and behold, masks are the theme of this new story. But we also know that the champion will be linked to the summer festival. And long and behold, the new story is about the Ionian Blossom festivals. Apparently, there is also the chance that the new champion will be an already known character. So just keep that in mind as we go through the story. But now, without further ado, here's the story called Perennial.
What year is this?
There will
2020. Who was released? I have no idea.
names thrown around, so I'll try to help you visually to separate them. At the beginning, the story introduces a new character, Pascoma, an older Ionian woman. She was old enough to learn that no matter what happens to their land, eventually the spirit blossoms would return, and with them, the Blossom Festivals. Because of the Noxian invasion, many years had passed since the last time the festival was held. But now, for the first time since the war began, there were fresh buds on the spirit trees that perfumed the air. Pascoma remembered the last festival well. It had arrived just a few summers after the birth of her granddaughter. She and her husband Okare drank the spirit tea together, which allowed them to speak with those they had lost. It was a great way to find peace and remember the past. But more importantly, it was a way for the dead to return to the spirit realm, knowing that their family is doing well. But now, in the present days, Okare wouldn't be with her to enjoy another spirit tea. He had died fighting against the Noxians, shortly after they first invaded. There was so much Pascoma wanted to tell him, and ask him, but first she needed to get things ready. Pascoma ran a tea house in Welly. The tea house didn't have a name, but visitors were able to find it
Or customers, because it's in the middle of butt fuck nowhere.
by a wooden teapot sculpture outside. The local woodweavers made it for her, using the wood from many trees that blossomed at different times. That way, depending on what season it currently was, the sculpture would bloom with different colors. Currently, the teapot was a combination of vibrant pink and purple. To get everything ready in time, Pascoma asked Aituren to help her. Aituren was her love ever since the war had ended. The thing is, because this was the first time the spirit blossoms returned since Okure passed away, Pascoma didn't have the chance to contact her husband yet, and so Okure was never able to give them his blessing. And without his blessing...
Like, it's so hard for me to even concentrate on the video because I'm still trying to think which champion did they release anywhere in that time that has to do with Ionia and the Summer Festival, or even Noxus. The only thing that comes to mind maybe is Aphelios, because I don't even remember when he was released, but I feel like it was around 2020. I have no idea.
Pascoma wouldn't feel comfortable.
But it has nothing to do with summer.
Aituren was patient, and he understood that. After all, he too lost his wife a lifetime ago, but he still worried. Pascoma tried to reassure him, but deep inside, she herself had no idea what she would do if...
That has the spirits of the dead in it. It's like his sister, Aphelios' sister.
Lanterns, washed the floor with wine, and placed candles in front of every mirror. There was a knock at the door, and to Pascoma's confused surprise, it was her daughter, Turasai. Pascoma didn't expect her because Turasai lived nearly a month's journey across the mountains away, and yet she traveled here with her kid, Satoka, who was still waiting outside. However, Turasai revealed that her husband, Kumohai, decided to stay in their village. Pascoma recognized the tightness in her daughter's voice as she talked about her husband. This was a hint that something was wrong. Turasai then said that they traveled here because they wanted to surprise Pascoma for the Blossom Festival, which confused Aituren, who responded that the blossoms only appeared last week. By which he was pointing at the fact that Turasai would have never been able to travel here so quickly after learning about them. So there had to be another reason why they traveled here. But before Turasai was able to explain what happened, her daughter interrupted them as she started moving all of their things inside. After that, Pascoma just asked Turasai if they were here for the festival. Turasai hesitated, but then she nodded. To Pascoma, it didn't matter whether she was honest, because from the circles underneath her daughter's eyes, it was obvious she needed to be allowed her time. So Pascoma just gave her an encouraging smile, and told her that they will make sure this festival will be one to remember.
Okay.
The story then cuts to Aituren and Satoka, burying all of their blades, including kitchen knives, saws, and even sickles as a part of the tradition. On top of that, considering that Ionians have houses overgrown by nature, it shouldn't be surprising that they were burying these blades in the floor of the guest room. And because Satoka hadn't spoken much since they arrived here, to help her loosen her tongue, Aituren told her a story. And because this old tale might be hinting at things, here is exactly what he told her. Long ago, the world was perfectly balanced. It was an enormous tree full of life, with each branch, each leaf, each bloom carefully and thoughtfully positioned, so that the sun and rain could nourish them all. The people, the animals, and the spirits were at peace. There was no word of war, because there had never been battles or bloodshed. One day, the gatekeeper and the collector crossed paths. The collector saw how many spirits the gatekeeper had led through the spirit realm to peace and happiness, and he grew jealous of her. Satoka then interrupted Aituren's storytelling by asking him if the gatekeeper was in fact the fox. But Aituren replied that he had heard that some people say that the gatekeeper is a fox,
going on?
others that it is a dog, or perhaps a leopard. To kickstart a conversation, he asked Satoka if she pictures the gatekeeper as a fox. But she rolled her eyes and told him that she's not a child anymore. Aituren was patient, and so they continued digging in silence. After a while, Satoka slowly mentioned that her father just calls the gatekeeper the fox. By the way, here I should mention that the story never uses the terms mother, father, or even grandparent.
Yeah, noticed.
They use the Ionian words, like Ofa, Fa'ir, and Emai. But what's interesting is that the story never actually translates or even explains what these words mean. Thankfully, because of the story of Yasuo and Riven, we know that Fa'ir means father, Emai is mother, Ofa is grandfather, and Oma is grandmother. Anyway, to continue the
Fa'ir is father. I mean, it's pretty close.
conversation, Aituren said that he likes to think of the gatekeeper as an otter, because he always imagined the spirit realm as an endless river. Satoka then quickly mumbled that he can keep going. She still wanted to know why they were burying the knives. And so Aituren continued. The collector grew envious of all the spirits that the gatekeeper had helped find peace. And so he devised a plan. He took 2 of his strongest, loudest bells and melted them down. Then, over 12 nights, he hammered them into 2 blades. Into the first, he poured some of his jealousy. Into the second, he poured some of his obsession. Then, when spring began, he let the spirits of those swords bloom in the physical realm. The swords grew from the ground like saplings. Saplings. That was what the 2 brothers thought the blades were when they stumbled across them in the forest. The brothers were the best of friends, perfectly loyal to one another, and understanding of their roles in the world. The elder would one day inherit his father's own famed sword and lands, while the younger would inherit his father's ship. Both believed they would be great heroes, one at home and one abroad. One spring, they found the 2 sword saplings growing in the forest. Neither of the brothers had ever seen a tree grow so shiny or sharp. Together, they chopped them down, each shouldering one to bring it back to their home. Little did they know that this would be the last thing they would ever do together as brothers, while they remained alive. For as they walked home, the strange sap from the swords began to flow onto their necks, filling them with horrible thoughts and feelings, those of the collector. Though they did not become enemies that day, they would eventually bring those blades together. A clanging of bells that would sound throughout the physical and spirit realms as nothing had before. Now, 2 brothers and the sapling. Before we continue with the story, I quickly want to mention that if the next...
That's what I was thinking, like Yon and Yasuo, but it's also like... I guess it's a very metaphorical story then. Because I'm trying to think about it a bit more literally. So it wouldn't make any sense with Yon and Yasuo. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But the only thing that makes sense between them is that Yasuo and Yone are fighting. But the thing is, Yone has 2 swords already. That's also like what threw me off. It's like Yone is carrying two swords, doesn't he? Whereas Yasuo only carries 1, so that's 3 blades.
Next champion is actually Yone. I am going to lose it. If not, it is really cool that Riot managed to justify why Yasuo felt so strong about the sapling his brother gave him.
Wait. Was Yone released at the... What? There's no way. August 6, 2020. I mean, that's like 3 months. 2.5, 3 months beforehand.
It was a nod to the legend. Also, let me quickly mention that in this story, we had 2 legendary swords growing from saplings. While in the teaser, you can notice a lot of blades rising up at the bottom. I'm not sure if
also Yone's sword,
but I wanted to at least mention
kinda there.
Anyway, Satoka said that that's not how it happened. According to her, the brothers made the swords themselves. They melted their father's sword when he died, and each thought that the other had the better blade. That's why they went to war. The collector had nothing to do with it. Aituren said that these stories were told and retold hundreds and thousands of
Yeah,
times.
they just changed.
Each version probably had a part of it right, but this was the version he knew best. Either way, the reason why they were burying the blades now was because of the 2 brothers. When brothers cannot take up arms against one another, they don't fight. After hearing this, when it came to burying the next blade, Satoka wanted to do it herself. She just wanted Aituren to show her how to bury it without disturbing the roots beneath. After dinner, as Aituren and Satoka went off to bury the blades, Pascoma and Turasai enjoyed a good wine, which made the upcoming conversation a bit easier. After weighing what words to use,
This is just a random thought. How come everyone who's doing lore for MMOs or like games and stuff is European? Right? It's like, who are the biggest like lore nerds for every MMO, right? So they're all European. Noble, Beller for World of Warcraft, Necrit for what's it called? For League of Legends. Who was doing the Final Fantasy lore? God, I forgot. I watched a video like kind of like summarizing Final Fantasy lore. But I believe he was also European, like just based on the accent, I believe so, right?
Paskoma finally asked her daughter, why did her husband not join them for the festival? Turasai didn't want to talk about it yet. Paskoma knew that. But it had been 3 days since they arrived at the treehouse, and Paskoma wanted to know what kind of trouble drove them here, and if there was anything she could do to ensure their safety. It took her a moment, but finally Turasai explained what happened. There were Noxian ships sailing around the villages of the area where they lived.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, the ships were only trading.
Wait, isn't this where the teapot is? Like the tea store? So they're kind of here.
With the villages. But it was obvious that the Noxians were trying to look like that was all they were doing.
Yeah.
In reality, they were scouting the area.
Look at that fucking ship.
It didn't seem like Noxus let go of the idea to conquer Ionia. And so the reason why Kumohai stayed behind was so that he could deal with the situation there.
Oh,
Kumohai
he sent them
was
away.
to join the Ionian resistance and keep them away by secretly climbing onto them and throwing everything they had overboard. This struck close to Paskoma's heart. After all, Okure, her own husband, was a part of a similar resistance before he passed away. Turasai then mentioned that the Noxians noticed the resistance, and they started sending in more ships with soldiers on board. And that was the moment Turasai decided to leave. However, Kumohai disagreed. And that's how they got to where they were now. The story then cuts to the next day. Satoka and Aituren were walking through the marketplace, picking up some of the decorations which they still needed. These included some bells, and even 2 masks that Paskoma commissioned for her 2 visitors. The plan was simple. Get the decorations.
I don't know why. I feel like he's using the World of Warcraft like shadowed character. It's like this looks like a lot like the World of Warcraft human. I can even tell which haircut it is. It's like the bald with the side hair. Right. Even has a bit of a mustache, I believe. This one's a bit more hard to tell, but this one really looks like the WoW human. Anyways.
And go back home. But Satoka found herself mesmerized by all the items at display for the festival. All the robes, the cakes, and even the flowers. She was very young the last time there was a...
This is very similar to Kindred, isn't it? Some of them are not, but this one is really similar to Kindred.
Blossom Festival. So she didn't remember much from it. Right past the cakes, there was also an enormous puppet show. There, the puppeteers moved their paper puppets behind the stage, as a fire mage created the light for the shadows. In front of the stage, there was a narrator that explained the story. At first, Satoka was lost in the beauty of their performance.
Look at that crossbow.
When she listened to what the narrator was saying, she got pulled out of it.
Oh, this crossbow.
With the story Aituren was telling, when they were burying the knives. Here too were parts of the story that Satoka knew differently. And as she remembered this other, correct version of the story which her father told her, it was revealed that Satoka secretly wanted to stay with her father and aid the resistance. She was tall and strong, and she could help throw the Noxian goods into the sea. After that, with a bit of disappointment, she turned to leave, but a large crowd started forming behind her. One she wasn't prepared for. There were Noxians, right there in... They weren't wearing armor, they did not carry weapons, but there was something about the Noxian expression that was easy to identify. Strangely though, these Noxians were a bit different, and they all wore apologetic looks, as if they knew this festival wasn't meant for them, and yet they were here. The Ionians avoided them as they marched through. Then, quiet whispers started passing around, but not a single person mentioned that they weren't welcome. One of the younger Noxian women gave a hesitant grin. She held up a small bag of coins, and she started to walk towards the cakes. Satoka looked around, waiting for someone to say something, to do something, but she realized it would have to be her. And so she stared at the woman approaching the cakes, until their gazes met. The woman held out her hand to introduce herself, but Satoka spat at her feet without breaking eye.
Fuck, man, savage.
Gasped in the crowd, but Satoka never saw how the Noxians reacted, because immediately after that, Aituren grabbed Satoka by her shoulder. He bowed, apologized for her actions, and led her away. Satoka managed to get a quick look behind her, and she saw that the Noxians were just standing there. The woman she spat at looked lost. This made Satoka feel good. To her, that's how Noxians should feel. Aituren walked with Satoka around the festival to lessen the chances that they might be followed. But Aituren's new decorative bells jingled with every step. And so, right before they headed home, he threw them on the ground. Before they entered the tea house through the back door, Aituren turned to Satoka with an expression she did not know. Usually, Aituren was either cheerful or tired. But now, there was
He's furious. Oh, fear.
He explained that the Noxians came in peace, to celebrate the festival with them. She did not have to do that. But as Satoka thought back to her father and the resistance, she simply replied, "Yes, I did." The story then cuts to Turasai, who rushed to the front room, where Pascoma was. Pascoma was preparing some tea for a new guest. But when she saw the terror in her daughter's eyes, she shifted her attention to her. Turasai then explained what happened, how she was happy that she could bring her family to safety. But now there were Noxians in the town, and
Child is impulsive. I'll give her that. Savage a bit. Yeah, like... But... Yeah, she just put, like, everyone in danger because of it. Because, like, even if, like, these Noxians came in peace, man, it's, you don't know if they have force behind them. It's not like you have an army in this remote village. If the Noxians want to, like, destroy it, they probably could. Their ships are probably not that far away. So it's like... probably not the best idea to just be impulsive at that moment.
And what was worse,
Probably.
Satoka had to bring their attention to herself. That was the entire reason why they had left their home. Pascoma tried to reason with her, that Satoka is nearly grown, and that she's just pushing her boundaries to see where they lie. But Turasai replied, that's what will get her killed.
Yep.
The conversation was interrupted when the new guest asked them if they were talking about the warriors in Wali. The guest was a tall, dark-haired woman, with a hood over her head. And, strangely enough, the air seemed to shimmer around her. For a second, Turasai even thought she was dreaming. Turasai explained that these people were trained in the ways of war. But before she could say more, the mysterious woman interrupted her again. And she said that perhaps they misunderstood her. She was looking for someone who could serve as a protector, a guard, any strong fighter in the town who could join her, if they could only point her in the right direction. But Pascoma simply said no. She wouldn't allow anyone dangerous in her house during the festivals. And so, if the guest wanted to find a guard, she would also have to find a new tea house. Pascoma was ready to face more arguments, but in return, the guest just smiled at her. As far as she knew, this was the best tea house around. She wasn't going to stay somewhere inferior if she could help it. And so, she accepted the terms.
Tea house is important.
She wouldn't bring anyone dangerous through those doors. After that, with a wink, she disappeared into her room.
With a wink.
Pascoma then turned back to Turasai to continue the conversation. She believed that Satoka would be fine as long as she didn't make herself a target for too long, which is something Turasai agreed on. After this conversation was finished, they returned back to the preparations for the Blossom Festival, which also brought back Pascoma's old worries. She was still about to get in touch with Okare, and she still wasn't sure what answer she was expecting from him. The story then cuts to the first night of the festival. For this occasion, Pascoma cooked up a feast for 20 or so people who were at the tea house. As they enjoyed the meal, they all wore masks and costumes. But Turasai instructed Satoka to wear her own mask out in the festival too, and to never take it off. The Noxians could be watching after all. But Satoka didn't mind that. She loved her mask. It was intricate with large horns, and eyes that twisted down the face into a wicked grin. This was the face of the Taker, the little girl that was always there at the moment of every death. If this description reminds you of Kindred, you're not the only one. Remember that Kindred are worshipped differently in each region. Some, like Noxians, only worship the wolf, and others see only the lamb. It wouldn't be unthinkable for the Ionians to believe in their own version of Kindred. It's just that here, they would call the lamb the Taker, and she wouldn't actually
Pretty much the same, yeah.
Just a small girl. Anyway, during dinner, Satoka got into a heated discussion about the Taker. She was arguing with the mysterious guest which we met before. Only here, she was dressed like a fox. Or the Gatekeeper, as they called her in Wali. Satoka argued that since the Taker is present when people die, surely it must be her who guides them to the spirit realm. But the woman questioned, Why, when people die, do they take their sharpest tooth and place them in their palms then? Surely it isn't for the taker. Satoka thought that perhaps the tooth is a payment to cross the veil, but the woman asked further. Who would they pay it to? Who would have use for these teeth? It had to be Kumaya. Satoka had no idea who the woman was talking about, and so she explained. The Kumaya is the gatekeeper.
Kumbaya, motherfucker.
Given to her on an endless necklace. To understand the life of the spirit, she leads down to the spirit realm. By the time they arrive, she knows whether the spirit would follow the peaceful path or Raksazan's path of torment. Satoka was getting used to all the differences between the local stories, but now she was looking forward to telling her father about all the different awesome versions. But then, the woman giggled and she said that she made it all up. She then added that from what she remembers, people place the tooth in their palms to celebrate the age of those who died. The ground down tooth is that of a wise elder, and a sharp tooth belongs to soldiers in their prime. The woman then smiled at Satoka and said that she just likes to tell stories that weren't told before. When it was time for dessert, Aituren brought in the cakes which he spent 2 days baking. He passed the cakes around by hand, starting with Satoka, and ending with the mysterious guest. When he got to her, the woman placed her hand on Aituren's forearm and whispered a question to him. Aituren simply replied, "Of course, anyone you would want to house here is welcome, whether
What
they
is
are
going on,
or
man?
not. We do not discriminate here." The woman then thanked him, and she told him that he should tell his wife. She might not be as understanding as he was. After that, Aituren simply nodded and walked away. But for a split of a second, Satoka could swear that in that moment, Aituren's eyes were a different color. Instead of his usual brown, they were amber gold, matching the eyes of the fox-eared woman. The story then cuts to the same night, a few hours later. The sun disappeared over the water.
So is that woman Ari then? So, first of all, there's so much detail that's like, who cares? Like, oh my god. But at the same time, I get why he's going at it because it might be relevant, but like, oh my god. Like, when she talked to Satoka about Kumbaya, if that doesn't actually mean anything later, that was just a waste of like a minute. You know?
The spirit blossoms were now in full bloom, glowing in the moonlight. The festival visitors cheered, because finally, after all this time, the blossoms returned. Pascoma wished she could be as cheerful as everyone else, but after the feast, she and still masked Satoka put on their fine clothes, and they ventured out to find Okure's blossom, the one that would allow her to connect with the spirit and speak with him.
Okay.
Normally, Pascoma could find blossoms she was looking for relatively quickly. A living heart was said to have threads leading to its loved ones. But now there were so many spirits upon the trees, it was hard to tell them apart. She had never seen the branches so full. Some whispered that Ionians weren't the only ones upon the trees, that Noxians had poisoned the festival even in death, and the cawing of ravens in the distance seemed to confirm their fears. Of course, when it comes to Noxus and ravens, we can get a good picture as to what that indicates. But Pascoma didn't believe in any of that. The simpler explanation was that there was just too many who needed to come back, more than before. She kept searching, but when she still couldn't find her lost husband, she started doubting herself. Perhaps Okure was lost, or he wasn't at peace yet, or he simply didn't want to speak with her. Soon, though she kept smiling to encourage Satoka to keep going, tears began to well in her eyes. She just didn't want her granddaughter's first Spirit Blossom Festival to be ruined by her own grief. After cleaning away the feast, Turasai and Aituren joined them.
Jesus
Turasai
Christ,
asked
man.
them if they found Okure yet, but Pascoma just shook her head, her throat too tight to speak. Turasai then offered that she and Satoka will continue the search, while Pascoma rests on the nearby bench. That's when Pascoma had the chance to take in the atmosphere. It was different than she remembered. There were people crying over teapots, begging their lost ones to stay a little longer. But there were also children playing a bit too seriously at soldiers with sticks. But she also saw people worry about the distant sound of the ravens. She finally looked away from the festival when she noticed the sound of drums in the distance, and she saw the blazing flames on a nearby mountaintop. Pascoma's hand went to her chest. She knew this sound. She had heard it after fierce battles, when the Noxians buried their dead on enormous pyres. That's when she realized the Blossom Festivals will never be the same. And in her conversation with Aituren, she told him she wished she didn't spend so much time looking for the past. Aituren was a little confused. That is what the festival is all about though. But Pascoma said that things were different now. Although the Spirit Blossoms returned, they could never return to how things were. Aituren assured her that there was still time to find Okare, and that this is how she will bring peace to her family. But Pascoma added, our family. At that point she finally knew what she wanted, regardless of what Okare would say. She was ready to let go of the past,
Oh my.
and move forward into the future. With Aituren...
Please tell me this is relevant to anything. So far, this has like been a nothing burger.
at her side. The last part of the story reveals what were the drums and the flames in the distance about.
Okay.
Apparently,
The three Noxians.
tried to have their ceremony private, but
Okay.
by its nature, people noticed it anyway. It was the Noxian ceremony to honor their fallen. The
Sure.
6 Noxians traveled here from a small island
6, not 3.
to celebrate the dead in the Ionian way, but they were turned away from the Spirit Blossom Festival.
Yeah.
So they had to keep the traditions of their own people and remember the dead the only way they knew. Lorna beat the wolf drum. Gyodo and Semtha stoked the fire.
Oh, there were 3, not
Arnold
6.
built the effigies from fallen pieces of timber. Jackrod tossed Samtha's uneaten cake into the fire. No one felt right eating it after the marketplace incident, and so it was their first offering. After that, Jackrod threw the effigies into the flames, with the words, "We send these souls into the sky, so that their ashes may fall all over the world. May their deaths bring Noxus across the seas." The others replied, "May their bodies nourish the soil so that we may grow. May they not have died in vain, and may their souls..." Jackrod stopped suddenly, as a huge burst of wind fed the flames, spiraling them towards the stars. It overwhelmed him for a moment, driving him to silence. This was the promise of Noxus.
Where are we getting with this?
To burn everything in its path, even its...
Ay, ay, ay.
He and his comrades had realized this even before the war finished. They were all deserters, trying to make a life for themselves, tucked away from
Okay.
those they had abandoned and those they had hurt. No one wanted them. This
Okay.
was not Noxus. This was not their land, and he was unsure if their gods could even hear them here. Was unsure if he wanted them to hear. He knew the prayers, yes, but he wasn't sure if he still believed in them, because as he looked around, he saw the glowing, blooming blossoms. These were what made him nervous. The blossoms bloomed for the first time since the war, which meant that the spirit of Ionia was watching them, and together with that, the spirits of all the people they killed. People who felt nothing but rage and resentment towards them. People he hoped they wouldn't have to fight again, because they had seen all the ships, the soldiers, and so they knew what would follow. What they didn't know was what that would mean for them, for their lives in Ionia, and for their service to Noxus. "May their souls find rest among our ancestors," he continued, "and lend us their strength for the battles to come." He spoke quieter now, for he did not want the spirits to hear him.
Okay.
And that's where the story ends. A couple of things to remember from this. Some Noxians just fled the war and tried to start a new life in Ionia, which
Okay.
probably isn't the easiest thing for them. Something similar also happened to Riven. Also, the ships, the soldiers, and especially the ravens probably mean that Swain is leading another charge onto Ionia. That's
Yeah.
pretty much guaranteed now.
Makes sense.
But when it comes to the champion teaser, here we have a couple of candidates. First of all, if you really pay attention to the description of the mysterious woman,
Ari?
you may realize that she fits Ari perfectly.
Yeah.
Her eyes are amber gold. In the story, she charmed Aituren to allow her to have a guest over. The story described her as having painted whiskers on her face. And it even said that the ears of her fox costume were very realistic. Which would also explain why the woman also wore a hood. She was hiding her ears. The only
Okay.
difference there is between this woman and Ari is their behavior. In Ari's past stories, she always felt a little bit socially clumsy. In one story, she was too naive to realize that a witch was trying to cut off her tails. And in another story, she was mentally broken, because she wasn't sure if she wanted to wipe her own memory, to forget all the horrible things she had done to her lover. And yet here, this mysterious woman felt much wiser and more confident. Not exactly as what Ari was pictured as in the past. Now, I am not saying that this is not Ari. It most likely is. But I am saying that there is the
character is
possibility
different.
that this may be one of Ari's lost parents.
Hmm.
If you don't remember, Ari is wearing a pendant that is the only link to her origins. This is the only clue she has that she even has parents. And to be honest, we have not heard anything about Ari for a long time. So it would be cool if Riot finally decided to explain this part of Ari's story.
Fuck that, man. Give me Kassadin.
This woman was actually Ari's mother. But that's not the only teaser we can get from this story. Since we know that Noxus is planning another invasion, and since we know that Riot is planning to release 2 champions during the summer festival, it would be super awesome to see if we could get a Noxian champion and an Ionian champion. And with these...
So Yone was August, so that's summer festival. Is it summer festival August though?
One of the champions is supposed to be related to a faun. That would be the Ionian champion. But the masked champion who refuses to die could be linked to the Veiled Lady. Now, I always thought that the Veiled Lady was related to LeBlanc. By which I mean that if the Veiled Lady herself isn't LeBlanc,
maybe it's just
a person she's using instead of herself in case...
How old is LeBlanc?
So she would have a walking target dummy to die instead of her. But apparently, a couple of tweets already confirmed that the Veiled Lady is not LeBlanc. And in fact, Riot already knows when they will reveal her. And let's be honest, since Riot wants to reveal the Veiled Lady, I don't think there would be a better event. Anyway, that's going to be it for my speculations. Just keep in mind that if this...
That's not Talia. Talia's way newer.
Don't go on the internet for the next month. Hey, did you know that we have social media?
Now there's a tea house with more lore than Gragas. Yeah, the hood lady story is actually true, and she said that she made it up because she realized, yeah. Present to you Jin's identical twin, Kada John. Necro brings the League lore comfort I need since I can't play League. Love your content, Necro. Much love. Noxus new cinematic. We are liberating the oppressed from tyrants. Also Noxus, we have to invade the most peaceful and spiritual place in the world. Necro, there will be a lot of characters, so don't get confused. Me. Nah, I got this. Me 5 minutes in the video. Wait, who? Fun fact, Oma actually means grandmother in Dutch and German. See, that's what I knew. Like, whenever they add these, like, weird languages in the game, it's 100% taken from a different language that we already know. So it's like, deciphering these languages is not that hard if you don't go to check of languages. Anyways, that's the video. I don't even know if I'll post this. It was a nothing burger. Alright, let's go next. Yeah, I'm not gonna post that video. Fuck it. It's not... It ain't it, son. Let's see, this is the one, right?
So, comes to the champion.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... Yeah. It was a nothing burger. I'm not gonna post it. It is what it is. See, how many of these do I have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 videos I posted today. I got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's like 3 videos a day. Yeah, pretty much 3 videos a day. Yeah, I think that's decent enough. And I'll probably do some Final Fantasy videos in between as well if I have time. Anyways, let's get to it. The second Noxian invasion began. Invade Ionia, you said, it'll be fine, you said. Lord Major Commodore of the 1st Legion, 3rd Multiplication, Double, Admiral Artillery, Vanguard, Company, Kled. Bro, please have Kled in this. It's the only Yordle I'm okay with. Alright. His titles are messed up.
I got some good news and some bad news for you. The good news is that the masked champion was revealed, and it doesn't seem to be Yone. At least, I hope. The bad news is that I have no idea who this is. And what scares me is that this is supposed to be a champion already established in the lore. At least it was confirmed that it is not a Darkin.
Are you sure it's not Yone? That looks like Yone's mask.
Do know is that this champion will be connected to the big summer event that will arrive next month. Together with the other animals...
Next month is June, July, Yeah, it has to. Yeah, it has to be Yone. Yone was released August, so yeah.
And since Riot is slowly revealing that Noxus is planning another invasion of Ionia, that means that the new stories may end up being connected to these mysterious champions. And so, finally, we seriously need to cover the new Noxian story. Which,
Okay.
by the way, I lack the right words to describe how massive this story is. If you thought that the old Burning Tide story was long, this one is gargantuan in comparison. So please understand that I will have to shorten it, and I won't be able to do so many pretty edits with it. But still, I will try to keep all the important details there. So without further ado, because we got quite a ride ahead of us, here is the story called Sisterhood of War, Part 1.
Okay. Alright.
At the beginning, we got a new character introduced, a blacksmith called Typhalangy. She was
Got
nearly
these names.
and she wasn't hiding the fact that she didn't truly understand what was happening around her. There was a voice in the darkness that was giving her instructions for an important
Ari again.
However, as the voice spoke about why Typhalangy was chosen for this, and how her mistress spoke highly about her, the voice changed, and now it mimicked the voice of people Typhalangy knew. When Typhalangy answered that she understood what she was meant to do, the darkness around her withdrew a little, and in the corner of her eye, she could notice she was suddenly surrounded by hooded figures, and when she looked up, she saw a perfect reflection of herself. With that, the voice ordered her to watch the moon, see its course, how it turns, but still, remember the task above all else. What they entrusted her to bring back couldn't be replaced. She, however, could be. Then the story cuts to a different
It's
character.
a fair
Erath,
threat.
who was a true son of Noxus. He was
Erath.
raised among
Earth.
peasants, but he was quickly taught how to kill cleanly and to always have a
He is an auction.
But when he was brought into the Noxian army,
He died.
interestingly enough, he was taught to kill their enemies, but he was also taught to never hate them, because all enemies of Noxus were only a ceremony away from being part of the Empire.
Oh,
Now
fair
Erath
enough.
was in the Immortal Bastion, where the full Noxian force
It's actually a good mentality, to
he
be
knew
honest.
dozens of overlapping languages, and he recognized many different kinds of soldiers, from the northern barbarians to the southern Shurimans. Erath's own tribe came from the Dalamor Plains. They were guided by their chieftain, Yavai, who was now passing down the
Yavai.
to him in the form of
Yavai.
although they still didn't know whether they would fight. There was a special order that said that Erath wouldn't fight with them, even though he was the chieftain's squire. Yavai told Erath that he was to go to the 9th gate of the Bastion. There, the Trifarian Legion would stop him, and he would show them the parchment. At the end of this part, the story said that Yavai put his paw of a hand on Erath's shoulder. This could be just a fancy way to say that Yavai has big hands, but it is also suggesting that their tribe also has some Vastaya among them. The
Okay.
story then cuts to Erath, trying to navigate through the crowded capital city that was preparing for war. The boy was raised in a lonely shepherd's village, so the scale of all the monuments and buildings here was astounding. Thankfully, Erath knew at least a little bit of Van Noxian, which was the unified version of the Empire's language, and he
Okay.
used it to read the signs that guided him towards the 9th gate. As he walked, he thought about the value of the white parchment in his hands, and he couldn't stop thinking about who could his new leader be. Finally, his thoughts were interrupted by two Hellbirds crashing down
Oh shit.
with the shout, Kossis Gaviar. As Erath looked up, he witnessed the elite Trifarian legionnaires for the first time in his life. These two guards were massive, completely covered in black iron, with red capes flowing from their shoulders. Since Erath didn't respond, one of the guards repeated the same words. Erath wondered what language they were using. It could have been Vanoxian, and perhaps he just wasn't that good at it. Before he
Vanoxian?
could form back any kind of sentence, the guard asked again in a different dialect, Where go, little blade? Although Erath was finally able to understand, he didn't say anything, and instead he just pulled up the scroll and gave it to the guards. After one of the guards read what was written there, they slammed the butt of their halberd against the stone floor 3 times, and within seconds, a hooded woman, completely covered in
Oh,
red
that's the one, I guess.
emerged from the shadows of the gate. She took the scroll from the guards, and she told Erath to follow her. After a long walk deeper into the city, sticking to the side streets and avoiding large crowds, Erath slowly began to pick up the smell of straw, cut grass, and dung. As a former shepherd, these smells were familiar to him, and it didn't take long before they ended up in an open square, where people tended animals of all kinds. Moving along, the robed woman led Erath to a tent, where she gestured for him to enter, and as soon as he did, she disappeared. Inside the tent, the air was cold, thick, with a spicy tang that made Erath's eyes water. It was dark here, with the only source of light coming from the kneeling woman in the middle, that was currently inscribing glowing green runes that floated in the air in front of her. Once all the runes dimmed down, and the ritual was over, the woman catched the sword and rose to her feet.
Okay.
With that, Erath announced that he was reporting for duty, and he held out the scroll for her. But the woman just ignored him, as
Reporting for duty.
laid onto a arming rack. Then she
Who says that?
in the middle of the tent, after which she
Who says that? Reporting for duty, is that StarCraft or Warcraft? No, it's not it. Here we go, yeah. It is StarCraft sound, right?
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, there it is. Woo, good, memory's still working.
She finally turned towards Erath. She asked a simple question. Literate? Erath hesitated. Her Van Noxian had an accent different from the rough local language. Are you literate? The woman asked again. Erath nodded and told her that he knows some of the written words. The woman then asked him if he read the scroll, to which Erath replied no. Good, the woman said sharply, hiding the scroll in her sleeve. She then introduced herself as Typhalangi, and from that moment she was Erath's new leader. Although Erath treated Typhalangi
Oh,
appropriately,
that's the
she told him that after they leave
the chick from the
there
beginning.
will be no more saluting. Since Erath still didn't know what was his purpose here and how he could serve, he asked her if she could explain the situation. And so, looking a bit bored, she did. She told him that they needed someone who could take care of their beasts. And since Erath was from the Delamore Plains, as a former shepherd, he was a great candidate.
Okay.
Although he kept his emotions hidden, this angered Erath, because he had almost killed his cousin to win the blood trial and become the second in command. And after all of that, now he was back to tending animals. Typhalangi gave him a smile, and she told him that the creatures he will take care of here may be a bit more exotic. With that, monstrous snarling made Erath turn around with a hand ready on his knife. To his surprise, 4 drakehounds now lined the entrance of the tent.
Oh.
Up until now, Erath only heard stories about these deadly animals. They were worth incredible fortunes. The drakehound stepped aside to allow an armored woman with crimson hair to enter the tent. Typhalangi introduced this woman as Errol. Erath
Not Katarina?
if this was a noble
Bro, where's Katarina in all this?
4 drakehounds. But Typhalangi explained that Noxus wouldn't send nobles to Tokugol. To strike a conversation, Erath tried to ask Errol how was Tokugol and how was her trip back. But Errol got visibly annoyed at the fact that he talked too much. After that, Erath even asked if he displeased her. But Errol shouted the word fourth, which called one of the drakehounds to her side. And she told Erath that if he displeased her, this drakehound would let him know. Typhalangi then gave out her first order. There was a quartermaster outside gathering their supplies, and she sent Erath to find him. As he marched out of the tent, he heard Errol ask a question. Why am I here, Runesmith? After a while, Erath managed to find the quartermaster tending a basilisk, a giant green beast with a skin hard as iron.
Bro, there's no way he's not using the World of Warcraft shadows. This is actually a basilisk from World of Warcraft. This is another human. This is a blood elf. It's definitely using the World of Warcraft shadows.
Legs like tree trunks.
Which is fine. I'm not saying like it's a bad thing.
Erath answered sheep, and the quartermaster told him that it's okay. He should just think of the basilisk as a big sheep then. The beast was still a baby, so he should be fine with it. Erath couldn't believe that this was just a baby, but the quartermaster confirmed that they used the big ones to tear down castle walls. After that, Erath went through the list of items that he was meant to bring back to the runesmith. Thankfully, the note was written in simple terms, with mostly numbers, and the quartermaster helped him find anything he couldn't understand. As they started loading all the things onto the basilisk, Typhalangi approached them to check if everything was in order. She was now fully armored, with the ruined blade strapped onto her back. She told them that they need to get out of the city and on the road before sunfall. Of course, the word road confused Erath. He thought they would be sailing out across the sea. But the runesmith told him that they were not done on the mainland yet. there was still someone they had to find first. The story then cuts to Arath, Errol, and Typhalangy.
Jesus Christ, man.
Group of troops, leaving the organized chaos of the capital city and moving east across southern Noxus. During one night, as they camped, some of the sergeants speculated with Arath what might be happening. There were too many people gathering in the capital city. The dogs
That's the one from the previous one as well. So far we got double Ari. I think this one was also in the previous one. This one is who I thought was Talia was in the previous video as well.
are massive. But even if they ran all day and night, it still wouldn't be enough to mobilize everyone. Arath questioned if that was the reason why they were going east. But the sergeants told him that perhaps it was to stretch their legs before they get onto the boats and they split off on the other side of the sea. But Arath still wasn't sure what was on the other side of the sea. And that's when the sergeant confirmed that they were going to Ionia.
Yeah.
This information horrified Arath. Last time the
War.
Emperor with Ionia, half of the men in his tribe were deployed on the battlefields, but none of them came back. As the sergeants revealed their magical battle scars, they told him that they too were part of the last war. They managed to survive, but now they were returning to get some blood back. As their march continued over the following days, more segments of the battle train branched off.
Did Noxus lose? Well, I guess
And soon, Arath began
obviously since they're not there anymore, but yeah. Since they have to invade again, they definitely lost.
So instead, Arath focused on the one thing he was meant to do. He tended the giant basilisk.
See, this is what I don't really get. Let's say, okay, let's say China invaded the US, right? And the US managed to defend. Would the US let Chinese ships be parked on like US soil and just let them explore the area? So why was Noxus letting why was Ionia letting Noxus park their ships on their shores and just kind of like, you know, check things out if they managed to like push them back and like reclaim Ionia?
And he realized that what the quartermaster
But I
told
guess
him-
technically maybe they haven't reclaimed some parts of Ionia. Since when you look at Ionia territory, it shows like three small blobs on... Sorry, when you check the Noxus territory, you see three small blobs on Ionia. So maybe that is still like kind of like how in Final Fantasy you have the cast rooms of the Empire in like random locations around the Eorzea. So would that be kind of it?
the capital city was true. Like a sheep, the basilisk appreciated the care he gave him, and Arath even started calling the beast Tulls, named after his old herding dog. Surprise,
Close enough.
it didn't take long, and the basilisk even responded to that name. A week later, the runesmith announced
Okay.
that they would be departing from the
Irrelevant.
battle train. Their group was now heading to Bloodcliffs, where they had to find a specific woman. Arath asked who were they looking for, but Errol just called the woman a haughty Canard. The first Drakehound's ears perked at that word, so Arath could form a good guess of its meaning. Errol told Typhalangy that they were wasting their time here. They didn't need that woman. But Typhalangy answered that she would be the reckoner of that. After a sigh, she finally told Arath who they were talking about. Her name was Merit, an annoying woman who
Okay.
kept reminding everyone that she was a noblewoman before Swain's revolution. But
Okay.
now they took everything from her family, including the Bloodcliffs, which they used to own. However, she was still an elite soldier, experienced and battle-tested, so she would be a good asset to their team. After a while, as they traveled through these lands beneath the glaring sun, they came to a stop when Errol felt a low rumble. Something was approaching. With the help of her spyglass, the runesmith saw horse riders ahead of them, but they weren't Noxian. Errol shouted second, third, and two of her Drakehounds leapt forward. There was the sound of a horn, and moments after that, more riders descended down from the hills around them. Their little group formed a defensive triangle, with Tulls the basilisk in the middle. As the thundering of the
Okay.
hooves drew near, the Noxians braced for the charge, as emerald runes blazed across Typhalangy's blade, and Errol's hounds howled. The charge, as emerald
That blade reminds me like it just looks like a mini version of Riven's blade. Interesting.
runes blazed across Typhalangy's blade, and Errol's hounds howled. But at the last second, the horses peeled to the sides to encircle them. Then there was chaos. Arath managed to dodge a flying spear, One of Errol's hounds leapt into the swirl of horses, and Typhalangi slashed her blade to cast a wave of jade lightning at the enemy. Arath couldn't tell if she hit anything, or if the hound was still alive. But it didn't take long before there was a ripping sound somewhere in the cloud of dust, and blood sprayed his face and chest. It took him a while, but finally Arath picked up the courage to attack as well. But after a couple of steps forward, he was immediately stopped by one of the riders pressing a glaive against his throat. When the dove fell down, he could notice that whatever the rider was sitting on wasn't a horse. Arath described
No way.
something between a lizard and a bird.
Oh god.
Tall, thin woman. There was a Noxian banner hanging off of her glaive.
Oh no, it wasn't. I thought it was Kled. Oh my god, bro.
But he didn't recognize the second banner which she wore as a cloak. As Errol and Typhalangi approached this rider, after she called Errol an icy Gnad, it was revealed that this rider was in fact Merit, the woman they were looking for. Telling her that they were here on behalf of the Empire, Typhalangi gave Merit a scroll. As Merit read through it, she flicked her eyes back to Typhalangi a couple of times. Then she dramatically read aloud, "Under penalty of death." After which she said that everything seems to be in order, and she asked when do they leave. Typhalangi
Under penalty of death. And that everything's in order. That's okay, when do we leave? Like, just straight to the point.
answered, "Now."
Like,
There
okay.
was a quick conversation between Merit and Arath, where
Okay.
Merit confirmed that her mount is called Lady Henrietta Eliza Vespasian IV of Oregon. But to her, Arath looked quite stupid, so she told him that he can just call her Henrietta. After that, they all
Oh my god,
picked
bro.
up Merit's equipment and loaded onto Dals. Then they got
What was the name?
all worked quite bit. So she told him that he
Lady Henrietta Eliza Vespasian the Fourth of Orogontis.
equipment and loaded
Jesus
onto
Christ, man.
Then they got back onto the road. It took them a few days to get from the Blood Cliffs. They slept in shifts, and they stopped only when absolutely necessary. But during these nights, Arath noticed how the runesmith always stayed away from everyone else, with her eyes locked on the moon. One morning, they finally
She was
arrived
told
at their
to look at the moon.
the Dragon Gate. And just like all the
Always
others,
look at the
even
moon.
here, the armies were mobilizing under organized chaos.
Basilic.
By the time they got here, the group gathered a few more exotic animals along the way, all of which Arath was now responsible for. And to keep them all healthy, he rushed into the port streets to gather some supplies. Later, when the group was together again, Typhalangi showed Arath their ship. It was called the Etoniad, but to Arath's surprise, there weren't a lot of soldiers boarding it. It was mostly equipment and animals there. Typhalangi explained that they were going to Phalor, not the mainland. Even though recently the fortress of Phalor was destroyed after Ionians infiltrated it and unleashed its hidden magic. Of course, we know that this was part of Syndra's story.
Yeah.
Phalor was still Noxian territory, and so they didn't need much protection to travel there. With that, it was time to board. So Arath gathered up all the animals, including Merit's precious mount, and off they went. They sailed across the sea with 12 other ships beside them. They were going for 3 days already, but they still had 3 more days ahead of them. Arath seemed nervous, since this was his first time on the open seas. And so, out of all people, Errol approached him for a quick chat. First, Arath admitted he never believed there could be this much water in the world. But then he asked Errol if she's been in the war before, and if she could tell him what Ionia is like. Errol waited a bit before answering, but then she told him it is a place of beauty and death. Merit then dropped into
enough.
conversation to say that Ionia is like a jungle raptor without its head. They decapitated it last time, and now it is just thrashing around, making mess. Too stupid to realize it is already dead. Arath asked if this means that they are going to another war with Ionia. And Merit replied that the Grand General sent over too many people for it to be something less than that.
Fair enough.
3 days later, Arath was glad to finally see dry land. From the distance, he was able to make out the cloud of red flags around Phalor. The place was surrounded by Noxian ships. Before they were allowed to get any closer to the land, however, their own ship had to go through a check. And so, a group of 3 blood mages came on board, and they inspected every weapon and every soldier while softly chanting. Typhalangi explained to Arath that they were looking for signs of illusions, deceptions, or wild magic. To Arath, this seemed crazy. They were just a bunch of Noxian soldiers on an Imperial ship. This felt like they are being paranoid, but Typhalangi told him that he will understand when they dock at Phalor. As the ship inched closer and closer to the docks, they had to go through similar checks a number of times. But finally, when he got a better look at Phalor, Arath understood why. The fortress had been gutted. He could make out the remains of its ramparts, but its devastation went far beyond its walls and towers. The land itself, where the fortress was supposed to be, was torn apart and ripped out. The moment their ship had docked, all people on board started working swiftly like ants. Even Arath rushed below the deck to gather all his animals, but his mind was still frozen in shock by the image he just saw. He saw the wreckage of a ship next to them that was just being pulled out from the sea, and he kept thinking, what kind of power could have possibly done such a thing? Before, after seeing the size of the Immortal Bastion, he never doubted the power of the Empire, but after witnessing this, fear crept to his heart. A few moments of waiting in queue later, and Arath finally got off the ship. He was finally standing in Ionia. As he brought Tals and Lady Henrietta to his group, that was already waiting for him on the shores, he noticed how worried everyone was. As Errol checked the land around them by placing her hand on the ground, she noted that this feels like the work of some old sleeping magic. Merritt asked her where did she learn to track old magic, and Errol answered, here. Typhalangi then said that the last member of their expedition was somewhere around here. It was Tenef, another woman that would likely be around the dueling pits. Arath jokingly asked if she also has a beast that he will have to take care of, but Merritt answered that she is the beast. As the expedition walked through the ruins of Phalor, which were slowly being rebuilt, they walked past the tents of the military camp, and they arrived at a series of shallow pits dug in the ground, where in each pit there was a pair of dueling soldiers. In one pit, two Noxians circled each other in full warplate. One was a swordsman, and the other one, a woman, had a dark hook on a chain. This duel ended in a brutal headbutt from the woman, which broke the soldier.
Teneth, I guess.
Of course, this hooked chain-wielding soldier was Tenef, the last member of their expedition.
Oh, Tenef.
When she met with
Double
Errol
F.
and Merritt, the three remembered the old times when they fought together. Ironically, the last time they saw each other was here, in Ionia. After realizing that, there was a moment of silence. It was clear there was a bond between them. To break the silence, Tenef offered everyone to see their local chef. After 6 days on the sea, they might want to eat something normal for a change. The story then cuts to the group sitting around the fire and sharing stories. Here, Tenef asked Arath if he had fought a battle before, and Arath confirmed that there was one. It was a skirmish west of the Dalamor Plains. It was a quick and light action. But after revealing this, the rest of his group kept looking at him, as if they wanted to hear more. After all of them were veteran soldiers, and so Arath kept going. He told them how they were attacking people tending some fertile lands. These people were big and strong, but their job was to till the soil, not to fight. So after the drumbeat got quick and they charged in, the job was done quickly. Arath himself was the rear guard, so after he finally got to the battlefield, the enemy was broken already. And his job was to finish those who couldn't be saved, and to dig graves. Just talking about this gave Arath flashbacks of those horrible times. How the wounded kept grabbing onto his ankles, and in a language he couldn't understand, they begged him to end their suffering. Tenef asked, when did this happen? And he answered, this spring. When it was finally time for Typhalangi to tell her story, she just said that she served far from here, and the green light in her eyes told the others she wouldn't say more.
Okay.
The story then cuts to their entire group finally enjoying some sleep. However, it didn't take long before Arath was woken up by a cold blade pressing on his neck. All he heard from the darkness was, do as I say in silence, or I will cut your throat. And so Arath slowly got to his feet, keeping his hands in sight. Then he was led away to the edge of the camp. He saw a group of figures ahead of him, and when they approached them, he heard the low growling of hounds, as the figures were revealed to be Errol and Merritt, with the runesmith kneeling between them. At this point, Arath was awake enough to recognize that the voice behind him was Tenef. She asked him what was he doing in Ionia, but before he could say anything back, Typhalangi said that he knows nothing, after which Tenef lifted the blade from his neck. At this point, Merritt questioned if Arath even knew who the runesmith was making them hunt, to which Typhalangi replied that Arath knows only what he has to know. But Tenef added that perhaps it was time that he knew as well. They were hunting a ghost, A warrior who died in honor as a hero to Noxus. It was their comrade. It was their sister. Typhalangy added that she was alive. But Tenef
Fuck are they talking about, man?
Typhalangy then said that the powers she serves don't lie. And so when she says she lives, she lives. And now the Empire commanded them to bring her back. Tenef asked for a proof that she's right. So Typhalangy pointed out their sister's blade. She tried to destroy it in these lands, but the magic cried out at the desecration. Typhalangy's master saw it as if they stood in the room with her. That was how she knew.
Who are they looking for? Riven?
Added that this meant that their sister was a deserter. The punishment was death. But Typhalangy just asked the others to help her complete this.
Usually.
They had to bring her back for a judgment in Noxus. There was a moment of silence before Errol answered for all of them. They would go with her. In her eyes, they were all soldiers, and soldiers did their duty. But above that, she was their sister, and sisters deserve answers. Typhalangy then said that their sister was in the heart of the First Lands, and she mentioned to Aerith that what she just told the others also counts for him. Should he follow her orders and complete their mission, he would be rewarded too. Aerith just responded that he serves Noxus, and he doesn't need shady deals or a knife at his throat to do so. But still, he had only one question to ask. Who were they hunting? The runesmith drew her sword as she answered. She may call herself something different now, a new name for her new life.
Oh my god, bro.
Her name was Riven.
All this.
And so up
This whole nothing burger, 25 minutes of my life, just to tell me that they want to find Riven. Jesus Christ, bro. Who cares about this expedition, man? The only thing that matters here is why did Riven abandon Noxus? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, it was Ionia. I need to make this an event like a Noxus Ionia Rift map or something. Maybe the new champ is Gragas lore hidden in front of us. I mean, not really paying attention up until the very end. Visible confusion. The thing is, all of this, literally 24 minutes, was legit a nothing burger. Oh my god, bro. A goddamn nothing burger. Oh, I'm actually getting annoyed right now. This... Holy shit, man. Like, who cares? Like, who the fuck cares about this? This whole build-up? All these characters, Era, whatever, Arel, whatever name, the bitch here, where is she? This. Who cares? Why does she have to look at the moon the whole fucking time? Legit a nothing burger, man. All this just to tell me at the end that they're looking for Riven. Bro, what a fucking... Oh my god, I'm not gonna like this video. I'm not gonna dislike it because he did put a lot of effort and good for him, but like, oh my god, man, this video just like... Holy fuck. Waste of my fucking life. Jesus Christ, man. I wish I had a punching bag behind me. I don't know why this is so annoying to me, but it is. Legit a fucking nothing burger, man. Holy fucking shit. Are you kidding me? All of this. All of this. He met these guys. Where go Little Blade? Who cares? He met with what's her face? With this, well, he met with that one. who's the leader of this one. Who cares? And then these guys came. And then what's-her-face came. Who cares? And then they met these two who were in the previous war. These guys, whatever. Who cares? And then, like, da-da-da-da-dee-la-dee-da-dee-da. They surrounded by merit. Great. They travel to Ionia. Only later on, for no reason, she puts a blade to his neck. For no reason. To bring him out of the camp. Instead of, like, wake him up. It's like, hey, come with me. We gotta talk. There's no reason to put a blade to his neck. And then they tell him, we're looking for Riven. We just want to know why she abandoned us. Fucking sisterhood of the traveling motherfucking pants. Jesus Christ, man. Are you fucking kidding me? All this. For what? To tell me. And again, this old lady looks like Riven. So I guess that was Riven's master or some shit. I don't even know. Maybe it's just a bad drawing. She looks a lot like Riven, but like very old. So I don't know. The blade is also similar to Riven's blade. Also, the other thing here is, where is it? I mean, I should have known when it came to like the rune stuff. The sword has similar rune coloring to like Riven's sword. Also, like the shape just looks like a one-handed Riven sword. Like everything leads to Riven. Though funny enough, after all this, Riven didn't even get a rework. That's so dumb. Jesus Christ, my life, bro. So stupid. Why does she need to look at the fucking moon? Oh my god, bro. I'm so annoyed. No, we're not doing that. Oh, please tell me that this one is not gonna be as fucking useless in a nothing burger. Jesus Christ. Alright, fuck it. Let's go next. Bro, I'm so fucking annoyed. Oh, so fucking annoyed. Why did Riven abandon Noxus? Appreciate this so much. Reading shortening and retelling these isn't easy. Props to you. Yeah, I mean, good job to him, but like, he could have skipped the whole, like, last two videos. Also, one of the thing is, so in the first one, which I don't even want to post because it was, like, even more of a nothing burger than the previous one, I know. It's hard to, like, imagine, but yeah. The previous one was even worse. You can watch it on the live stream, like, just rewind, like, an hour ago. Oh my god. So the previous nothing burger was at least gave us one relevant word, Riven. The first nothing burger probably had Riven in it, but she was like hidden. Right? Like the 3 or 6 Noxans who abandoned their posts or whatever. Though honestly, right now, the way I see it, maybe because right now it's like the one guy and the 5 girls and Riven, so maybe those are the 6, and like the first one was actually the future, and the second one was the past, and the third one is like in between, which is this one. I don't know, man. Fuck it, let's just go.
So, with the Blossom Festival right behind the corner, it's time we have a look at the second part of the Sisterhood of War series.
Yes, right behind the corner. Right around the corner, you mean? Probably right around the corner. That means that, yes, the first one was actually the future, the second one is the past, and the third one is, like, in between. Okay.
Of course, because we are going to talk about the second part of this story.
Yeah.
In case you missed it, I'll link the first part in the description. Once again, just like...
You don't need to. Here's a summary. A bunch of chicks and a dude are going out of their way to get answers from Riven about why she abandoned Noxus. Boom, done.
Last time, Remember that this is the biggest
Oh,
story
God.
we've ever seen in League. So I will try
And the biggest nothing burger hour of my life.
while keeping all the details there. But now, without further ado, let's have a look at the Sisterhood of War, Part 2,
Yeah.
The Unquiet Dead.
Mm-hmm.
For a quick recap of the characters, we have Arath, the main character who is tasked with taking care of the Noxian animals.
How is he the main character? It's like so useless. He's there to kill off the injured.
Phalange, the Noxian runesmith. Errol, the Hound Mistress.
Mhm.
Merit, the formerly noble soldier. And Tenef, the veteran duelist.
Look at this. 4, 5. Riven is 6. In the first story, there are 6 Noxians who abandoned the Noxus, and they're also not Ionian, so they can't participate in the Fire Bloom Festival. So they had to do their own little ceremony on like some mountain or whatever on the side there. So like to honor their dead. I bet the 6th one is Riven.
The story begins with
And Riven was probably the one who was spat on. It's like spat near.
dream. In her nightmare, she couldn't breathe. Her nose was
Okay.
filled with the scent of blood, and she was surrounded by bloodied rags, shattered plate, and cold flesh.
Yeah,
It
Revenants.
wasn't long before she realized she was buried under bodies. She was exhausted, but she still had the urge to fight. She noticed a tiny crack of light above her, and she frantically clawed her way up. When she reached the surface, her lungs were immediately filled with burning, wretched air. As she looked around, she saw that patches of the ground were burning azure and silver. A nearby tree trunk was reaching down for its lost branches, with its leaves screaming. Whatever kind of a battle this was, it was over now. But then she noticed all sorts of animals walking out from the pale fog that surrounded the scene. Soon the dead became carrion, the vanquished food. Errol tried to shout at one of the wild dogs that was feasting on a young boy, but her throat still burned. When the boy's head dropped to one side, his dead eyes met with Errol's. She blinked, which brought her back to reality. Errol sat up, slowly realizing that it was just a dream. She looked to her side and saw
It was only just a dream.
numbers, watching her with her helm in his jaws. Errol stared at the Drakehound for a moment, but then she took the helmet from him. Her tent was pulled
Not
up.
gonna lie, so far Aerith did absolutely nothing except name the basilisk. Errol pretty much takes care of these guys. He's there for the basilisk? Huh?
And the familiar voice of Errol called out to her, telling her it was time.
Yep.
When Errol finally stepped out
And
of
it's time
she was
to
met
do
by the
nothing.
Drakehounds, already waiting for her outside in the rain. Erath watched her carefully. She didn't have a silent sleep. And it was only getting worse since they left Phalor. So Erath asked her if she was alright. But Errol didn't reply. Instead, she looked to the distant hills that were shrouded in gentle rain that shone every color of the rainbow. Some of the raindrops struck the ground, but others dissolved midair, like tiny stars, with the sound of distant bells. Errol hated Ionia, and it pursued her even to her dreams. She wished one of the bodies in her dream was Riven's. Things would be much easier that way. Errol then asked Erath if she kept the scent, and Erath nodded, saying that the runesmith's blade is still singing to her. After which Errol told him that she would scout ahead, but before she left, Erath quickly noted that she didn't have to. Him and Tenef found a village nearby, and they wanted to stop there. Errol argued that they should avoid locals. They weren't welcome here. But Erath told her that they were running low on supplies, so he and Tenef would go there alone. Because Merit, her mount called Henrietta, and Errol's Drakehounds would draw unwanted attention. After a few moments, Errol nodded. The story then cuts to Erath and Tenef walking the muddy path to the village. Erath thought that the rain would make it easy for them to blend in. They even got rid of most of their Noxian armor when they left Phalor, but they were still strangers in a strange land, and so he felt every pair of eyes on him, making it hard to stay calm. Both Erath and Tenef were armed, but that wasn't unusual for anyone in Navori, though Erath was starting to realize that not every weapon here was visible. Then Tenef whispered to him to hold on, and the two stepped back, to lean against the wall of a tea house. Ahead of them, they saw a group of Noxian soldiers surrounding an Ionian elder, with the local villagers gathering around them. Tenef explained that the Noxians had an outpost nearby, so this group of soldiers was either a patrol or it was a payback for getting raided by the Brotherhood. The two sneaked closer until they could hear what the gathering was about. The elder was saying that he came here for the festival in Weli. One of the soldiers was suspicious because Weli was pretty far, but then the elder showed them the blossom tea, which he got there as a proof. But the soldiers remained suspicious. It was strange to see someone travel this far for a tea. A different soldier then explained to the group
Good ass
that the
tea.
Blossom Festival was an Ionian death feast. It was a celebration of their war heroes. That's when the leader of the Noxian group stepped forward and mocked the old man that remembering old wounds can make people go crazy, such as setting fire to the stockades last night. But before the elder could explain anything, suddenly the packet he carried glimmered with blue light. All Noxians instantly readied their blades, thinking it was a magical weapon, but the elder tried to calm them down by saying it was Azari, his son. His wife was too old to go, so he brought it back for her to see him. One of the soldiers snarled back that it was just lies, and that the moment they would turn their backs, he would whisper some curse and they would explode. Not taking their chances, the Noxian leader ordered the elder to surrender the weapon. But after the elder tried to explain that it wasn't a weapon, the Noxians just stepped forward, took the parcel, ripped it open, and spilled out the tea. The elder tried to save at least a measure of it, but the rain was sweeping it away into the mud.
And that's just sad.
He mocked the crowd around them to try something. He would be happy to burn all of this to ashes. As the Noxians began to march away, the elder shouted Zir after them, which from Yasuo's latest story we learned that Ziri is an Ionian word for misfortune. Meanwhile, behind the nearby tea house, Tenef nudged Aerith to leave. Even though Aerith wanted to do something, Tenef told him that this wasn't their fight. But what's curious is that Aerith sympathized with the Noxians. Watching these Ionians, it was obvious their comrades wouldn't make it out alive. But once again, Tenef told him this wasn't their fight. Aerith then asked what the word the elder was screaming meant, and Tenef explained that it was a curse, which Ionians used for those who came from the captive lands. It meant locust. The story then cuts to Typhalangy, who was waiting for the two right outside the...
I'm like an hour into this story, and the first time I actually cared about it is about this old man and his tea. By care, I mean like to an extent. I feel bad for that situation because I'm sure it happened in real life during wartime and shit. But like, absolutely nothing is happening so far. Who the fuck cares about any of this?
the village.
Oh
When
my
they met,
god,
Typhalangy
man!
asked them what was this all about, and Tenef told her
Just give me the Riven stuff, man.
by the Brotherhood. And the local war leader just sent out some troops to look for leads or cause trouble for the locals. Typhalangy asked if they were seen, and Tenef replied that they weren't, but it wasn't smart to do, and so they returned. She then asked back where was Merit, and Typhalangy told them that Merit was bored waiting for them, and so she decided to ride ahead. For a while, the group walked in silence, which gave Aerith time to think about everything that just happened. The anger, hatred, and fear he had seen on the faces of the Noxian soldiers. A while later, he grabbed the bone pendant he wore on his neck, and he spoke to Tenef. After seeing these villagers, he wondered, how could they ever convince them to join the Empire like that? Tenef's presence darkened as she replied, "Do not judge your fellow Noxians, boy, until you have endured what they have endured, and seen what they have seen. Each one of them came here to bring the promise of the Empire to those they would call their brethren, just as we did across Valoran and in Shurima. This land is different. It lays a great challenge upon the soul of every soldier in the service to Noxus. We all strive to enlighten these people, to draw them to us and enrich us all by doing so. But it is not always a simple thing. Ionia is very much not a simple thing." Aerith agreed there was so much different here, and he asked if it is true that Ionians turn into flowers when they die. Typhalangy joined the conversation, saying that they call it a spirit blossom. The souls of the dead inhabit them, and when they bloom, they call out to the living. Erath wondered if only Ionians could inhabit them, but none of them knew. Erath asked about this because during the war, all the fighters of his tribe were sent here. For years, no one heard anything about them, until a woman came back with a sliver of bone and gave it to Erath. That was all that was left of his father, and he wore this bone on his neck now. So now he wondered if he too could be in one of the blossoms. Unfortunately, Typhalangi told him that even if he was, they wouldn't have time for that. The story then cuts
Or find out how to identify which blossom it would be. So, yeah.
Still raining, and all the mud was starting to get annoying. Erath hoped that they would find another village, because the rumbling of his stomach was getting louder. After a while, the group finally got out of the mud, as the road turned into stones. When Erath looked down, however, the stones looked somehow familiar to him, almost as if it was a piece of art. His eyes grew wide when he realized they were walking across a giant pair of cupped hands, rendered from stone, half buried in the ground. In that moment, Erath asked aloud, "I would like to know how anyone could make such a thing." And Typhalangi replied, "I'm rather more keen to know who could have destroyed it. Or what." Then Errol's hound started to growl, so she ordered everyone to stop. In front of them, in the center of the hands, there was a small shape softly crying in the rain. Erath wiped the rain from his eyes, and it seemed like every time he blinked the shape changed color. Typhalangi then signaled everyone to be careful as she drew her sword and checked her surroundings. Curiosity pulled Erath closer. The creature in front of them was tiny, shorter than his blade even, and it seemed to have both feathers and scales. Erath knelt down, saying the one phrase he kept repeating ever since they landed in Ionia. "I've never seen anything like it." As he reached down to check the creature, both Tenef and Typhalangi got extremely nervous. Erath said that the creature was just a baby, perhaps it was hurt, but Tenef replied that was exactly the point. Its mother would be nearby. Then, as a massive form revealed itself, the rain began to fall upward. Just like the tiny helpless thing they found, this thing was part bird, part beast, and part sea creature. It had tentacles as thick as a man's arm, razored talons, and half of its form seemed to be of solidity, as if it existed only partially in the same reality as them. Then the creature shrieked, and Erath cried out in pain, covering his ears. It then revealed its multicolored wings, which it used to blow Erath away from its baby.
Okay.
Tenef shouted at Erath to go back and keep Tals safe. Of course, if you forgot, Tals is the name of their basilisk. Erath drew his blade.
Of course, because he's irrelevant.
As the rest of the group got ready to strike, Tenef started to spin her chain. Errol sneaked behind the creature with her drakehounds, and Typhalangi started chanting an uncanny spell that drew blood from her nose. The next time the beast screamed, all three of them attacked. The hounds leapt in first, and one of them even came back with a wing in its jaws. Then Typhalangi unleashed a wave of burning jade from her blade, and finally, Tenef got close and personal, stabbing the beast's side with her short blade. However, the beast's tentacles were quickly able to overwhelm her, and she was thrown back against the rock, with a bloody gash across her forehead. Erath rushed toward her to help her, but Tenef signaled him to stay back. Typhalangi then leapt in herself, but she too was smashed away with a clutch of tentacles. At this point, every fiber of Erath's body was screaming to move, to do something. So he looked at Tals and decided to finally pull his weight. He climbed onto the basilisk, grabbed the reins, and drove him between the creature and Tenef. A tentacle flew toward his face, but Erath drew his sword and quickly sliced it away. Blood rushed to his ears as he deflected more slashing limbs, preparing.
Who cares? Who cares?
Clear of my manservant, beast. Of course, it was Merit, sitting on top of Lady Henrietta, who was too eager to coat her jewelry in fresh blood. As the two charged in, the battle was over almost too quickly. Merit was able to jump onto the beast's back and stab it in its skull, jets of glowing blue blood splashing her. When the beast toppled to the ground, the rain fell normally again. After a while, when everyone had a chance to collect themselves, they gathered around the dead beast. First, Typhalangi revealed that this creature came from the other realm, and then she thanked Merit for saving them. She even promised her to craft her a weapon as savage as her spirit when all of this is over. Merit then wondered if the beast was good to eat, or if it was bursting with some ghastly poison. But before they had a chance to test it out, she pointed at the little creature that was still sitting nearby. It shivered for a moment, and then it burst into a cloud of snowflakes, which then became sound, and then nothing. Upon witnessing this, Arath questioned again, aloud, "Why do we want this place?" Typhalangi told him that this land teemed with the bizarre, and that he should ignore it. But Arath murmured that this land was nothing but bizarre. After this, the group had a conversation during
Oh hell, bro.
always riding.
Why is there so much useless information? Why can't we just go to the good stuff? It's already been 14 minutes, nothing happened. The only cool thing, well, thing that you can even like care about is the old man with his gift for his like fucking sick wife.
On her mount.
Oh, holy shit, man.
She didn't want to stand on Ionia for more than was necessary, to which others joked about the fact that she would have to go pee at some point. But all of this was a segue for Merritt to also tell Arath that Lady Henrietta's urine was highly acidic, so no matter how thirsty he was, he would have to look elsewhere. Arath had never even seen her face. He jokingly responded, "Why? Is that what happened to your face?" After which, Merritt got visibly angry. She replied, "No," and rode away. Arath was then a bit disappointed in himself. He was so close to finally feeling like a member of the group, but now, after being so close, he ruined it. The story then travels a week later. Ever since they landed in Navori, they were following an immense river. They used it as a source of fresh water, but also as a guide into the inner lands. And while they were marching, they always followed the green glow.
Can we get to the point where they meet Riven and understand why she abandoned Noxus instead of this fucking traveling bullshit that is irrelevant for everything?
As the moon became barely visible in the sky, it was clear night was approaching. And so, once again, they made camp. Arath sent one of her Drakehounds to find Merritt and bring her back. Because ever since the incident after killing the beast, Merritt always rode ahead of them. Arath told the others that he would get some wood for fire, but Tenef told him to be careful. The trees were alive here. Arath responded that all trees were alive. Which meant they will kill you kind of alive. By the time Arath collected it took him a bit longer because he decided to pick up fallen branches, instead of chopping off new ones. He didn't want to risk waking up another ancient beast. After he made a healthy fire, he picked up their nets and ventured toward the river. Since their supplies were low, he was hoping to come back with a fish. It didn't take him too long, and he actually caught a decently sized carp. And as he dropped it in the pot, he even thanked it for its service to the Empire. Later, when the fish soup was ready, the Noxian squad sat around the fire. For a while, there was silence. Everyone was enjoying the warmth and peacefulness. And Tenef even pulled out her pipe, breathing out blue-gray circles of smoke. Merritt pointed out that this stuff will kill her, but Tenef shook her head, saying that this is not what will kill her. Besides, she wasn't allowed to die until they were done here. A bit more silence passed, before Arath cleared his throat, which made everyone turn toward him. He asked about the person they've been sent out to find, Riven. He wanted to know if everyone here knew her. Typhalangi said only by reputation, but the others knew her personally. Tenef said that she shed blood alongside her. According to her, Riven was really tough for being so small. Her sword took incredible strength to even lift up. And Merritt added that she was a great dancer too, but she was also quiet at first. It was only on the battlefield that they could forge an iron bond and become sisters. And so Merritt wondered, why did she stay here? After all that happened, why would she betray them? Reasonably, Tenef said that they don't know what happened, but Merritt wasn't buying it. Riven had years to report back, but she didn't. She was a deserter. The story then cuts to the middle of the night. Arath tried to sleep, but he couldn't stop thinking about the person they were after. He saw how strong his squad mates were together, so he couldn't understand how this Riven could scar them so much. Either way, before he even had a chance to go to sleep, they were all brought to their feet by Tenef, who told them the river was flooding. When Arath looked outside, his blood ran cold. Somehow, the peaceful current was now raging, and it was devouring the riverbank, inch by inch. To him, the river wasn't flooding, it was alive. As everyone picked up their things and ran to the tree line, Arath thought of Tals first, so he quickly rushed toward him to get him to safety too. When they reached the trees, they all climbed up, and Tals stood on his hind legs to keep his head above the surface. Arath then looked around to check the situation. Tenef and Merritt were clear, but Errol with her Drakehounds were stuck in the muddy camp. They were slowly dragged back to the river. Without hesitation, Arath picked up his axe and he dropped down into the water. There he quickly chopped down a tree and let it fall toward Errol. Arath could see the Drakehounds paddling around her and dragging her up on the tree, but there were only 3 of them. Second was missing. He was stuck beneath the water. When Tenef told Errol about this, Errol's blood started to boil. As the rest of the hounds got to safety as well, Arath noticed that the sunlight faded, and when he held out his hand, he could feel heavy drops falling into his palm. Within minutes, the sun was gone, and it was hidden behind black storm clouds. Moments later, a powerful wind and freezing dense rain struck them, but Typhalangi was able to push the storm back a little by holding out her blade and whispering a strange incantation. Suddenly, her sword served as a tiny capsule of green light in the maelstrom. They endured like this for minutes, or perhaps hours. Time blurred for them all. But eventually, they noticed a tiny mote of light in the distance.
I mean, time can blur, but like, I think you can easily tell minutes from hours. I don't know, like.
And their only option was to go toward it. They had no supplies at this point, so even if it was the enemy, they were ready to fight for survival. A little while later, they noticed that the trees in front of them absorbed most of the storm. But on top of that, it seemed like the trees were concealing a small isolated village. Strangely, the branches of the trees made a wall. But as the Noxians got closer, the branches moved aside to create a small passage. Then about a dozen men and women stepped through the opening. The Noxians noticed the swords and axes in their hands, and so everyone got ready to fight. But when they got closer, not only did they notice that the weapons were Noxian, but the people who held them were also Noxians. The leader of the village,
Abandoned.
Perfect Van Noxian. He told the group to lower their weapons. They didn't want to fight. Merit immediately spat on the ground and shouted back that they were deserters. Steph quickly reminded her of what was behind them, but Merit snapped back if she even realized what was in front of them. But finally, it was Erath who broke their argument, as he pushed his way between them.
And he saw someone.
Voice, which Erath recognized.
Yeah.
And so, as he stepped forward with trembling hands, he regarded the lead Noxian with wide eyes. A single tear
Father.
disfigured his cheek, as he asked, "Father?"
Yeah,
The story that
figured.
the man leading Erath out of the storm. Erath still couldn't believe that this was Jobin, his father, alive.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
Jobin offered his son something to eat. The two started talking about Erath's journey. When they were done, Jobin asked Erath, "How's his mother?" And Erath replied that she is still mourning him. He then removed the bone pendant he wore around his neck, and he asked, "Who even is this?" Jobin revealed that the bone is actually him. He cut off his own finger and sent it back as a sacrifice to bring his family peace. Everyone who lived here had done that. Then Erath asked another question. After traveling through these lands filled with wild magic,
But they have like fucking DNA tests. How'd they know that the ring was his?
he wanted to know if the person he saw before him was real. In fact, he was hoping Jobin would be just an illusion, because otherwise, he knew what would have to come. After this, there was a moment of silence, before Jobin talked about how small their world used to feel. But when the Empire came, their world became so much bigger and darker. The Ionian life reminded him of those peaceful days in their small tribe. Erath interrupted him by asking him if it was worth treachery. But Jobin argued back. How could this be treason, when it is all work of some distant ruler who just pushes markers on the map?
Yep.
Those markers were people, both Noxian and Ionian,
Yep.
and Jobin wouldn't be part of that. Erath tried to reason that Noxus didn't put them in chains. It set them free. They stopped running out of food, and they stopped being raided by their neighbors. Since the time Jobin left, Erath believed Noxus changed, and they have become part of something greater. But Jobin had a hard time believing that. Just like Erath, he used to trust the Empire, and when they first landed in Ionia, they came here believing what Erath believed now. But soon it became clear that Ionia didn't need their help. They didn't need Noxian rule, but the two regions could still coexist. He didn't have to kill them to become family. Once he understood that, he knew he couldn't return. For a while, Erath processed his father's words, but then he finally replied, "Everything you told me was a lie." Jobin felt sorry for this, even more because he deceived himself as well. But now he assured Erath that there is always time for something better, and that there was a place for him here too. Unfortunately, after living through one of his lies, Erath wasn't sure if he could believe him again. Sure, Jobin lost a finger, but in return, Erath lost his father. And now Jobin was preaching to him as he was hiding in the woods. Erath reminded Jobin that after the Empire showed their tribe the true size of the world, they had the option to join and to work to unite the entire world, or to run. And Erath wasn't running. A while later, the two emerged from the hut, and Erath walked straight to the Huntresses to unite with his group. And the negotiations began. Jobin said that they offered them shelter, and now that the storm passed, they also offer half of their harvest. In return, he asked Erath's group to leave and forget their village ever existed. After this, the Huntresses stepped back to talk among themselves. To Merit, the only question worth asking was if they killed them all. But Tenef reminded her that Erath's father was among them, to which Errol added that half of these people were Noxian traders. But slaughtering them wouldn't help them find Riven.
True.
When it came to Erath's opinion, he himself wasn't sure what he wanted Typhalangi to say.
I mean, it's a village of deserters. I'm pretty sure they might have information on Riven.
After all, it was her call whether this entire village would live or die. And after a while, Typhalangi decided that it would be best to just move on. Their task was to find one deserter, and these weren't her. She then turned toward Erath and said that where the circumstances different, she wouldn't condone leaving them here alive. And so, with that, the group got to their mounts and they continued on their journey. The next stop would be the place where it all started. The story then cuts to the group being on the road again. As the bone pendant hung around his neck, Erath couldn't believe the
So that village of deserters, where Erath's dad is almost as irrelevant as anything else so far. It's fantastic.
man he met was the same man who raised him, and he wondered if he will end up in the same way, since sons were raised in the image of their fathers. But then his thoughts were the landscape around them suddenly changed, and with it the behavior of the Huntresses. They all tightly gripped their weapons, and they twitched at the slightest sound. As the group got to a hill, they got a clear view of the land. The earth was incredibly dry here, and Erath could smell acidic tang in the air. The border of this area was marked with a stone that had some Ionian writings on it. Although he couldn't understand what it said, to Erath it was clear that this was a warning to stay away. Next to the stone, there was an old man who used his cane to stand up when he noticed the Noxians approaching. He told him that he has no part in any quarrel, and that he serves no master. His job was to simply keep vigil here, at the threshold of a terrible place, to ward off those who might seek to cross. The Huntresses were silent for a moment, before Typhalangi stepped forward. She told the man that they do not wish to harm him, but still, they will pass through. The old man begged her to go no further. They couldn't imagine the pain that occurred here, but as Tenef walked past him, she answered, they didn't have to. After that, the old man said that he will sing for them, for their pain. The first step onto the dusty plain made Aerith feel like he was transported somewhere alien, even for Ionia. It was absolutely devoid of life. The ground had a sickly greenish tint, and the air was... His eyes were fixed. As Typhonen's old blade Denef explained that this is where it happened. They had been fighting here for years with no progress. But then someone told them there was a way to break through. It was some mad Zonite and his concoction. They called it chemical fire. The tone at which the story was told turned much darker, as all the huntresses explained what happened. Their group was tasked with protecting the...
27 minutes in, there's a mention of a league champion. It's not even Riven.
But then it all went wrong. They were ambushed. Riven called out for support. And so the Noxian backline just fired, and the jars ignited. Merit reached behind her head to unbuckle her mask, and Aerith swallowed, as he saw that her face and skull was a mass of hairless, glossy red scar tissue. Aerith had seen things killed by burns, but this was different. Black veins threaded the tissue like spiderwebs, and he couldn't imagine the pain she must have endured. Only her eyes remained unscarred. She looked at Aerith, holding her gaze in cold silence. Errol removed her own helmet, and Aerith saw the wounds around her lips and neck. Then he realized she must have breathed it in. Denef continued that it was chaos, comrades and enemies boiling away, screaming themselves dead. After this, they never saw Riven again, believing that she was dead, just like everyone else. And so the reason why they were all here now was because finding Riven would finally be something good that would come out of this. But before she could say anything else, a group of armored Ionians wearing masks and hoods the color of dark iron appeared on the hill. This was the full war party of the Navori Brotherhood. One of them shouted, "Calm is the ocean before the storm. Stand to account, Zir.
Navori Brotherhood?
Land, it will be us. The village you stole from, they were all so eager to speak of you, to help us fulfill our promise." Of course, the man was talking about the village where Aerith found his father, and so Merit cursed, saying they should have killed them all. Then the man continued, "We promise to find you, the Zir, wherever you might be in the First Lands. We promise to hunt you, stalk you, to cleanse our homeland of those who would have destroyed the balance between the twin realms.
Baka, nothing's happening.
Those whose limbs you have taken, whose peaceful dreams you have stolen and replaced with terror and broken memory. These promises we will keep, so long as our hearts beat life within us." The Ionian group descended from the hill, as the leader asked, "Tell me, what will you promise?" Denef had nothing better to answer than, "I promise to make this hurt." "You promise blood then?" The warrior smiled beneath his hood. "We accept." After this, both parties charged forward, and bloodbath followed. Denef ripped these warriors apart with her hook. Errol's Drakehounds were free to follow their savage instincts. Typhalange used her sword to pierce another Ionian, after which she spat out a curse and the enemy died. And Merit became a whirlwind.
Fucking pause? Jesus Christ.
He saw that this place awakened something in them, and unleashed a rage they had hidden in themselves for years. But then, a single Ionian who stayed behind started singing a haunting melody that no living thing should be able to make. The absolute wrongness of that sound stunned the Noxians for an instant. Then tiny things emerged from the ground, and in fact, Aerith noticed those were fingers. Soon, hands emerged, arms bursting from the ground, and eventually, the spectral silhouettes of men and women dressed in Noxian garb clawed their way up from below. Aerith tried to slash at one of them, but his blade simply cut through. So now, even as the huntresses thinned down the Ionian numbers, they were slowly being overwhelmed by the dead. Then, out of nowhere, one of the Ionians leapt at Aerith. He was able to block the first dagger with his sword, but the second one made him fall on the ground. For a while, the two wrestled in the dust, but eventually, fury got to Aerith too, and he drove the Ionian's own dagger into his guts. After this, the dead were so close, they started reaching for Aerith, their touch numbing his flesh, as if they were filling his veins with ice. The singer at the back kept the same hunting note. His eyes were closed, and blood was dripping from his nose. The singer was so focused, he didn't see Aerith's blade split him open. When the singing stopped, the dead were immediately dragged back into the earth. After this, it didn't take them long before the Noxians cleared...
Clearly no fucking fighting experience.
Everyone was exhausted to their bones, and as Aerith looked down, he saw the earth fizzling wherever blood seeped into it. His skin burned from fighting in the dust, and he could feel it peeling off. Merit cursed that the Ionians claimed to revere the dead, and yet they do this. But Errol told her that they were not their dead. Typhalange pointed out that they can't stay here. The toxin was still in the ground, and who knows what the necromancy did. But before they left this place, Denef said that she almost hoped to see Riven among them. Then the story cuts to the last part, where the group was traveling in the rain. Typhalange's rune sword told her that Riven was very close now, so she ordered Merit and Errol to scout ahead. At the back, Aerith was talking to Denef. He held the bone pendant as he told her that his father gave them up. When he was a child, they told him he was dead, that he would never come back. But now that he met him, he learned everything about him was a lie. With a shaking breath, Aerith then asked Denef, "What do I do with that?" She answered,
Never meet your heroes, kids.
"Help after everything." But Denef told him that it's not about helping everything, just him. As long as Noxus endured, he would always have a family. So Aerith paused, letting his past memories wash over him. Then he ripped the pendant from his neck. He stared at it, and slowly tilted his palm until the sliver of bone fell to the ground. Without looking back, he jogged off to catch up with the others, as the pendant quickly vanished beneath the earth. This story gets a whole new meaning when you realize that the nightmare Errol had at the very beginning was real, and that perhaps there was a better reason why Merit was angry when Aerith joked about her face.
God, bro. Who gives a shit about this company of degenerates, man? Oh my god, bro. Jesus Christ. Sisterhood of War finale. Jesus Christ. I honestly, at this point, I don't even want to watch it anymore. It's like, I don't even care anymore. That's so fucked up. Literally, the previous three were so nothing, like so much nothing burger in them, that's like, I don't even care why Riven returned anymore. Oh my god, bro. Okay, they meet Riven finally? Jesus Christ, okay. Please don't meet Riven. I gotta pee, man, but holy fuck. I am so not interested in these 5 characters. They're so not important at all. Literally an hour and a half of content, of like videos about nothing. I get it though, like Necrit has to make content and stuff, and it's fine. Like I'm not hating on him for making the combats. Like there was no reason for it to last 30 minutes. I feel like there's like, it's so like, probably at the time you probably wouldn't know how relevant those characters are, so you definitely want to explore them. But oh my god, bro, it's almost 2023, so this is like, whatever, this is exactly 2 years ago, a bit more. So yeah, maybe those characters would become champions or something, so obviously you would want to have the information on them. But the way I see it, it's like, you could make this a lot briefer, and then if one of those guys becomes a champion, then you can make the video about them, and like, there you go, 2 videos, right? Anyways, goddamn, I'll be right back. Jesus Christ. Fucking nothing burgers, man. All right. Okay, let's get this shit on the way. Sisterhood of the Nothing Burger finale. Riven's return to Noxus. Jesus Christ, my life. An hour and a half of Nothing Burger. Hopefully, the finale would make sense. Not make sense, but less. Maybe it will be at least interesting.
And so here we are, at the conclusion of the massive series called The Sisterhood
That's Riven holding the Akali weapon.
of War, which is a very long tale leading up to answering the question, what happens with Riven, and how does she end up back in Noxus?
Yeah.
Throughout the first
Literally, the only reason I'm watching is to see how the story of Awaken happens.
The story so far has been nothing but a setup, because the juicy conclusion that everyone's been waiting for comes now. At this point, I shouldn't be telling you to go through the other stories first, because I think it is obvious that you need to know what happened previously for this video to make sense.
No, you really don't. A bunch of Sisterhood of the Nothing Burgers wanna go find Riven, who was one of their sisters, to find out why the fuck she abandoned them. Absolutely nothing important there.
And on top of that, there are so many characters here that you would be lost anyway, so if you haven't, go and watch those first. But now, without further ado, let's have a look at the third part of the Sisterhood of War, titled Irreparable. The story begins with Riven's memory. During her first days in Ionia, after each battle, she used to wash her blade and armor from blood and death, but she could never truly cleanse herself of it, so after some time, she stopped trying. There was another woman who approached her, and instinctively Riven called her captain, but then she was reminded that the two were equals now. The other woman was a noble cavalry officer, which Riven's squad was escorting into the hills. When the officer looked at Riven, she thought Riven looked like she needed some sleep, and that was because Ionians used bombs that mimicked the sound of children screaming. This was their weapon to make sure Noxians got no rest. As the two talked about all the different ways the Ionian resistance could kill them, the story revealed that it is possible that Ionians might have the ability to kill their enemies through dreams. We don't get to learn anything more about this, but I do believe that this is a reference to the use of shadow magic, which is tied to Nocturne. But we shouldn't forget that the dreaming pools where Syndra was locked might also be tied to this.
Yeah.
Anyway, we then asked the officer where was her mount, and the officer explained that they had encountered a witch. Before the witch died, she whispered something to her. It was a wasting disease, and so the officer had to end its suffering herself. Then the officer looked at Riven's massive ruined blade, and she asked if she was also suffering because of it. The officer continued that the blade was a gift, and she saw Riven wield it with skill. But time could often turn a gift into a burden, and should that burden become too heavy, she would gladly carry it for her. Without hesitation, Riven answered no. That thing was her alone to carry. She would wish it on no one else, even as it breaks her. There was a moment of silence before the officer said that she didn't mean to disrespect her. She just wanted to help. Another child's scream sounded in the distance, before the officer said that this place was truly horrible, but together they could make it better. Then the two saluted with the words, for Darkwill. Of course, during the first Noxian invasion, before Swain seized Noxus, Borem Darkwill was the Noxian Grand General. After this salute, the officer told Riven that she can call her Merit. Then the story cuts to the present day. Despite it being incredibly hot, Riven was working in a field filled with spices and crops which were ready to harvest. When the sun reached its zenith, Riven took a break. Her adoptive Ionian father, Asha Conte, was already waiting for her with some water. Lately, Riven had been distant from Asha, because she wanted to give him some space to think, to feel, to bury his wife. If you remember the other stories about Riven, especially the Confessions of the Broken Blade series, you know that means Shava Conte was dead. Then, as the two looked at the shrine they had built for Shava, the story explained what happened to her. As it was mentioned in the Seams and Scars story, Riven and Asha Conte traveled to the markets, while Shava stayed home. There,
I feel like I should just watch those stories about Riven, but instead, it is what it is.
Shava fell asleep and simply died. She was very old. The story said that when Riven and Asha found her, she was looking happy and at peace. And Asha even mentioned how fortunate she was that she passed in her sleep. On the other side, Riven still felt guilty. Perhaps if she went alone to the markets, things would have been different. She didn't have much time to think about this though, because moments later, Riven's blood went cold when she noticed a small group of figures in the distance. And immediately, she was certain she could no longer hide from what was inevitable. She told Asha to hide, as she got ready for what was about to come. The story then cuts to our group of Noxian travelers. Following Typhalinchi's glowing blade, they knew Riven was close. But as they looked at the fields around them, Merit couldn't believe that Riven would be farming. Typhalinchi replied that perhaps the war truly broke her, but her glowing sword told her that Riven seeked to grow and create. It was some kind of redemption for her past. This just angered Merit even more, because she didn't think they would get betrayed over growing crops and selling them. Merit didn't even care about Riven betraying the army, or even Noxus. She was mad that Riven betrayed her sisters at war. After that, Errol reminded everyone that they wanted Riven alive. And Stenef agreed that she was ready to bring her back to Noxus in chains. On the other hand, Merit joked that Riven would be still alive even without a few limbs. As they all argued, Erath simply listened while walking their basilisk. He was outside of their conversation, but he still felt a part of it, especially when Merit talked about deserters. Somehow, despite what they had gone through, Aerith found himself agreeing with her. That was likely because in the last episode, he found out his own father was a deserter. What's worse, he betrayed his own son, and he told the Navori Brotherhood about them. When the group got closer to their destination, Typhalangi put her blade away, as they no longer needed to follow it. In fact, Typhalangi announced that the quarry was now in sight. As the group slowly approached the farm, the huntresses whispered among themselves. It was as if they were laying siege to a fortress, or they were meeting an entire army, but it was all because they were wary of what Riven was capable of. In Aerith's mind, he imagined a ruthless warrior queen, wielding an enchanted blade, drenched in the blood of the slain enemies. But it was hard for him to connect this image to the lonely farm in front of them. On top of that, he couldn't imagine that this would mark the end of their journey. He thought back to the Immortal Bastion, and it felt like a lifetime ago. At this point, Aerith was ready to face an ambush, or a group of farmers armed with whatever they could find to protect their lands. But when the group finally stopped, there was none of that. Only a single woman in muddy clothes at the end of the road. Aerith asked, who was that? And Tenef answered, that was Riven. Aerith blinked and asked again, that's her? And again, Tenef confirmed, that's her. Aerith told Tenef that's not how he imagined Riven, but Merit replied that appearances aren't everything. Then everyone looked at Typhalangi, who was actually frustrated. She saw that Riven didn't have her blade, but what was worse, Typhalangi could sense the blade, but in many different places. Something was wrong. Merit pointed out that perhaps
she broke it,
which was exactly what Typhalangi was afraid of. A few moments passed and nobody said anything. Riven stood at the door to her farmhouse, and the huntresses lined up before her. Aerith and their basilisk towels were a few paces behind them. The silence stretched until Tenef finally broke it by saying, hello, sister. Tenef answered Riven in a low voice that had a pinch of sadness. Riven then eyed all the Noxians, taking each of them in, before settling on the tracker and her hounds. She then continued by saying, Errol, pups have grown. In response, Errol just tilted her head, but before she could say anything back, Merit shouted that Riven does remember the life she cast away, the one she betrayed. Surprise caught Riven as she realized the masked woman was Merit. Merit added that surely she must have known this day would come, and Riven answered that perhaps it was a matter of time. Then Tenef wanted to know if now that the time was here, she was alone. Riven answered, yes, she was. Errol was suspicious and she asked why should they believe her. Cleverly, Riven explained that there was another, but she passed recently, and now there was only her. As a proof, she pointed at the shrine built for Shaba Conte. Then, with hard eyes, she demanded to know what did they want. Merit answered, you, Riven. Tenef then asked Riven, do you plan on giving us any trouble, sister, remembering who you really are? But Riven responded that she is not that person anymore. That was all far behind her. And Errol, it didn't feel far enough. There was another moment of silence which gave Aerith a chance to get ready for a fight. He was just waiting to see who would make the first move. But to his surprise, Merit just dismounted from Lady Henrietta, and she asked Riven if she would be a polite host and invite them in. They had a lot of catching up to do. Riven was still for a moment, but then she stepped inside the farmhouse, gesturing for others to follow her. As the huntresses walked in, they each left their weapon by the door, and Errol even ordered her hounds to sit by the door too. Aerith was eager to follow them in. He was still wondering how would this situation escalate.
No.
Before he could even take a step forward, he was stopped by Typhalangi.
No room for men.
Of hatred and nervousness. She ordered Aerith to stay outside with her, because there was something they had to check out. Inside the farmhouse, as the three huntresses seated themselves around the table, Riven felt waves of alarm and dread, but she also felt a bit of relief. At one point, Riven caught herself staring at Merit's mask, which gave Merit the perfect opportunity to show Riven why she was wearing it. When Merit unbuckled the mask and took it off, Riven's heart sank. Merit then leaned forward with the words, "What's the matter, sister? Don't remember what happened? The fire, the screams? You were there after all." Riven felt tiny tears forming in the corners of her eyes, as she asked, "What happened, Merit?" Merit's twisted form of a face turned into a lipless grin before she replied, "I survived. Perhaps if you had stuck around, you would know." Riven then said that she thought that everyone was dead, and from her voice it was obvious that up until now, she truly believed that. She then mentioned that she doesn't remember much of that day, or at least she's trying to forget, but she still remembered it all started when Emistan fired on them. Of course, if you have read Riven's updated bio, or if you remember Darius's comic, you might know that Commander Emistan was a leader of a Noxian warband, who hired Sinch to supply them with chemical weapons. And when the huntresses were ambushed and Riven called Emistan for help, it was her who decided to ignite the chemicals which they were escorting, and as a result, the commander sacrificed the huntresses to take down a few ambushing Ionians. When Riven mentioned Emistan's name, Tenef stood up and snarled that they would not speak of that name before her, and she added that Riven was just trying to cast blame upon others. The truth was, Riven fled. That's what mattered. Merit then pointed out how strange it was that Riven got out unscarred. But in her defense, Riven explained that she did have her scars, just like all of them. Finally, this scene ended when Tenef looked Riven in the eyes and asked her, "Why did you run?" Meanwhile, outside, Aerith and Typhalangi searched around the farm, until finally, when her sword started glowing, Typhalangi stopped in front of a barn. The barn was small and empty, except for some hay and a thin, ripped ox. Aerith was glad he didn't leave Tals and Lady Henrietta here, because Tals would easily tear this building down, and Lady Henrietta would likely try to snack on the ox. And of course, he would have to clean all the jewelry. Typhalangi's blade led her through the barn until she arrived at a heap of straw. Without hesitation, she started digging through the straw and dried grass, until she revealed a flat piece of metal. It was about the size of Aerith's fist, and he could make out a portion of a rune carved into the dark material. Typhalangi's breath caught in her throat as she touched it. She couldn't believe something with such power could be broken. She did it, said Typhalangy as tears streaked down her face. She actually did it. Arath looked back to the main farmhouse and he wondered what was happening inside. But his thoughts were interrupted when Typhalangy sprang to her feet, and she told Arath that she could feel more pieces like this one around, and the two of them were going to find every single one of them. Inside the farmhouse, Riven gave everyone a bowl of soup. Then she explained why she came to the Empire. She said that she was an orphan. Her father died fighting far from home. She was never told where. Her mother died having her. When Noxus called, she leapt at the chance not for adventure or a desire to spill blood.
Purpose.
For a chance to finally feel that she belonged somewhere. That changed that day in Navori, when the rain caught fire by those they called ally. They didn't mean anything to them. They never did. Tenef tried to reason back that Noxus wasn't the empire she had abandoned. It has evolved. Darkwill was dead, and nobility was torn down. They were free, and they were working together to bring the same freedom everywhere the sun touched. Riven wondered if the new Noxus was a different place. Why did it still care about her? Errol replied that those who sat in front of her now were those who cared about her. And Merit added that they all thought she was dead, a fallen hero. And instead they had to learn from others that Riven was not only still alive, but she had turned back on those who would have died for her. Then Riven said something that references the Seams and Scars story again. She met a mender here, a healer of broken things, pottery, stone. She would sing to them, play charms, help guide the edges back to one another to become one again. The mender told Riven the spirits within all things want to be whole, but Riven didn't know if she believed that. She believed, sometimes, that which was broken couldn't be pieced back together. She couldn't go back to Noxus. It was irreparable, and that was how it should stay, how it had to stay. Outside, Typhalangy marched around the farm, murmuring to herself as she searched for more fragments. Each time she found a piece, she mourned it as if it was the body of a dear friend. She ordered Arath to look inside the cellar, which they had found beside the death shrine which was recently built. It was dark there, and so, using the supplies which Tals carried around, Arath crafted himself a small torch. Then, with a decently reliable source of light in his hands, he jumped down. As he descended the steps, the torch only revealed what was in front of him. At first, he found some stacks of cloth, shelves with sealed jars, and farmer's tools. But then, Arath heard a noise, and his hand immediately went to his blade, because in front of him, he found a pair of wide, frightened eyes. It was no runic blade fragment, it was a man. Back inside the farmhouse, Merit was starting to get angry. She wasn't ready to accept what Riven just said. After everything they had endured for her, and the blood they had spilled, they couldn't just turn around and pretend nothing ever happened. Riven argued she told the others to go back and tell everyone that she was dead, because really the old Riven was gone. The person who she was now was someone else. The conversation finally started getting to its conclusion, when Tenef said what everyone wanted to say the entire time. Riven couldn't run away from this, not anymore. So Tenef told her to be the Noxian they once knew, their sister, return with them to the Empire, stand tall and finally face justice. If she truly saw herself as broken, home was where she would find the last piece to make her whole again. With a crooked grin, Merit added that they might not even execute her. After this, Riven had a moment to think it all over. She hesitated and wondered if Noxus was really different. After everything that had happened, was there still a life for her there? And now that the Empire found her, would they ever stop? Submission loomed heavy in Riven's heart. If she went with them, no more Ionian blood would be shed because of her. No more people would die for the sake of her soul. People like Asha. That's when Riven's thoughts were interrupted by a voice which came from outside. It demanded Riven to come out. Outside, Arath watched Riven appear from inside the farmhouse, flanked by the huntresses. They stepped into the daylight, finding Typhalangy standing there, with her blade pressed against the throat of the man Arath had found. Of course, the man was Asha. Riven immediately shouted at Typhalangy to release him. He wasn't part of this. But Typhalangy assured Riven that he became part of this when Riven tried to hide him. Then, with cold eyes, Typhalangy told Riven that they should finally get to the true matter at hand. At first, Riven was confused. So Typhalangy explained that she had what Riven wanted, by which she indicated Asha. And Riven had what Typhalangy needed. And with that, Typhalangy showed everyone the broken fragments she had collected. At this point, Typhalangy was done playing games, which was obvious from the fact that she pressed her blade against Asha's throat so hard, Arath could see it drawing blood. If she refused, Typhalangy was ready to make a second death shrine here. Riven didn't really have a choice, and so she turned and disappeared back inside the farmhouse. As everyone waited for what would happen next, Typhalangy commanded Arath to make sure Asha didn't escape. Then, when Riven reappeared, she carried something wrapped in a blanket. Typhalangy ordered Riven to show her, and so, as the blanket fell on the ground, it revealed the hilt and the crossguard of an enormous broadsword, with a jagged portion of the blade still attached to it. That's when Typhalangy snapped. She cursed Riven, and she asked her if she has any idea what she had done. Riven replied that the sword was entrusted to her, and so it was her responsibility alone. So once again, she demanded that Asha would be set free. Typhalangy spat out that the blade should have never been given to Riven, and she shouted at Riven to surrender it, but with the blade in her hands, somehow, even though it was broken, Riven felt empowered. She then replied that this weapon would never return to those who have forged it. She would not allow that to come to pass. Typhalangy simply said, then he will die, and so will you. Even desecrated as it is, the blade is what is important. You are nothing but a parasite, clutching for its radiance and clinging to a broken, worthless existence. Riven then looked at the other huntresses, realizing that this was never about her. It was about the blade. In that moment, even Arath couldn't believe that they had traveled this far for a single blade.
Yep.
Typhalangy continued.
Also, Arath is fucking useless this whole time, by the way.
participant's life was forfeit the moment she turned against their masters, and the blade ceased to be wielded to their purpose. Riven died in the moment of that betrayal, and Typhalangy was here to take back what was theirs. That's when Tenef stepped forward, demanding to know if this means that Typhalangy would kill Riven, because that's not what they agreed upon. Unfortunately, as Typhalangy explained, she had the political high ground. Technically, after the chemical incident, they all became deserters. So should they return to Noxus without Typhalangy's protection, they would be executed. They didn't really have an option. For a moment, Tenef and Errol just stood there. But then Merit stepped forward, saying that she was right. Merit then walked to the farmhouse, picked up her glaive, and walked back to the group, only to pass by her sisters, and stand at Typhalangy's side. Merit then told Typhalangy that she was promised a blade when all of this was done, but she was feeling impatient, so she thought she could have Riven's blade instead. Typhalangy had nothing against it. Should Merit strike Riven down, the blade would be hers. Tenef quickly tried to reason with Merit by saying that they had all agreed that Riven must be brought back to Noxus to face justice. But Merit snapped back that she would be Noxus's justice. And she continued that the sword should have always been hers. Riven never possessed the strength to do what was needed to be done with it. With the blade reforged and wielded by her hands, she would rise. Her name and lineage would not die forgotten in the darkness. All that was stolen from her would be restored, won back by the edge of that blade. Merit then spat on the ground before calling Riven a broken woman with a broken sword. And she asked Riven if she was able. And so, in response, Riven did just that. Typhalangy cried out in pain as the shards were ripped from her hand, leaving it bloody. These shards then sliced through the air toward Riven. There the fragments came together, and on top of the broken hilt, they made one unified blade. This was Riven's proof that she could still lift it. And just like that, the battle began. Tenef and Errol took a step forward, but Typhalangy hissed at them to not interfere. Typhalangy then commanded Erath to hold the old man and make sure he doesn't run. And that's when a scary thought ran through Erath's mind. What if he had to choose a side? Who would he choose? Merit's vindication against betrayal? Tenef's steadfast duty to the Empire? Or the safety of Typhalangy's authority, despite her secrets? Erath then also thought, would the ones he rejected try to kill him? Could he kill them? As he thought about this, he couldn't get his eyes off of Riven's enormous blade. Before the two warriors engaged, for the last time, Riven begged Merit to not do this. She didn't want to kill her, but Merit spun her glaive and coldly replied, "Don't worry, Riven, you won't." And so the two began to circle each other. Eventually, it was Merit who struck first. She sensed an opening and leapt forward. Merit continued her attacks, which forced Riven to backpedal, while dodging and parrying all the blows. In fact, for the majority of the fight, Riven remained on the defensive side, until even Erath noticed something changed. Riven's warrior spirit woke up, and soon her calmness was replaced by rage. So then, Riven started attacking back, and Merit was forced to defend herself. Eventually, Riven forced Merit to back off toward the nearby forest, until Merit's back was pressed against a tree. There, Riven slashed down with a powerful blow. Merit tried to deflect it with the glaive's handle, but Riven's blade just split it in half. Then Merit taunted Riven by saying that she would never escape what made her broken. No matter where she went, it would always be with her. Then Merit threw the lower half of her glaive away, and she lunged at Riven. Roaring, Riven drove her blade forward, pinning Merit to the tree in a burst of blood. In an instant, Riven's eyes widened, and she begged Merit for forgiveness. Merit stared up at Riven, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. Her strength was fading, but she was still able to respond. No. Silence descended as the shock radiated through everything.
No.
Especially, Merit always seemed invincible. Throughout this entire journey, she was always triumphant, so he couldn't believe what he just witnessed. What's worse, he still couldn't believe why they were here, that it was all for a single blade. Typhalangy commented this entire situation with the words, "Regrettable, but not unexpected." She then walked toward Riven, who was still paralyzed by what just happened, and Typhalangy simply yanked the sword from her hands while she wasn't paying attention. Typhalangy then told her that she was hesitant whether she would let her live, but after this, she knew she couldn't just leave her here. At this point, Tenef and Errol were done simply standing back and watching, and so they marched against Typhalangy with weapons drawn. But now, Typhalangy held two runic blades, which gave her enough power to lift everyone, including Errol's hounds, into the air and lock them in a dark runic prison.
Okay.
Typhalangy then shouted that she was unstoppable now. She would kill them all and sleep peacefully, for she was righteous, and they were... Before
Dead.
she could finish that speech, a blade emerged from her chest. Then, when the blade was pulled free, Typhalangy's body fell on the ground, revealing Erath standing behind her. It turns out, Erath couldn't handle any more secrets or betraying his friends. Their duty was still to Noxus. When the magic faded, and everyone picked themselves up from the ground, because Riven was too exhausted to defend herself, Tenef simply took her blade together with Typhalangy's. She then told Riven that Erath was right. Honor was all they had. She gave her oath to Noxus, that she would see justice, and she was still going to see that carried out. Riven understood that this would stop bloodshed. She surrendered, and she told Tenef that she would go with them. Of course, Asha protested. He didn't want to see his adopted daughter leave, but it was already decided. Under the condition that Asha wouldn't be harmed, she wouldn't fight them. After this, Erath got scared when he realized that Lady Henrietta was missing from her spot. But then he noticed her standing by Merit's body. Henrietta was trying to wake Merit up by nudging her with her snout. But thankfully, when she was getting sad and frustrated, Erath managed to calm the beast down. Errol then wanted to know what they would do next. How would they explain this? Tenef told her that they would say Typhalangy died during her expedition, in service to the Empire. In her name, the others continued, and succeeded in her task. Although in that moment it sounded like a cover-up story, in reality, Tenef knew that was the truth. Unfortunately, since their task was complete, it meant that Errol would leave their group.
Seeing Riven and learning the truth was important to her, but now that it was done, she wanted to serve Noxus alone again. And so, just like that, together with her hounds, Errol disappeared into the forest. At this point, only Erath, Tenef, and Riven were left. But to Erath's surprise, Tenef told him that she would escort Riven alone. She then nodded to Lady Henrietta and told Erath to go and find his own betrayer. Because remember, in the last part of this story, the Navori Brotherhood found the Noxians because the village where Erath's father was told them where they went. At first, Erath said nothing, as he knew she was right. There was something he still had to do. So then, proudly, he hammered his fist into his chest, and he saluted for Noxus. Then, after he said goodbye to Tals, with very careful movements, he managed to get on top of Lady Henrietta's back, and together, they disappeared over the horizon. After this, Tenef told Riven that although she was her captive, she was still her sister, and so she would treat her with respect. Riven appreciated that, and when the two were ready, they started their long way back to Noxus. In the last part of this story, Erath arrived at the entrance to the village hidden in the trees. There he drew his sword, and he shouted that he was Jobin's son. He was here to face him. After a few moments of silence, the barrier of trees peeled apart and let Erath go through. Once he was inside the village, once again he called Jobin's name to face him. But instead of Jobin, an elder approached Erath, telling him to be at peace. They would take him to Jobin. So Erath exhaled, dismounted Lady Henrietta, and followed the elder. When they arrived at Jobin's hut, the two stepped inside, where Erath found a few candles lit by the Ionians, and the shape in the center of the room draped in a shroud. When Erath drew back the shroud with shaking hands, he revealed the body of his own father. The elder then asked Erath why did he return, and Erath explained that he wanted to ask his father why did he betray him and his group, and tell the Brotherhood about them. But the elder explained that Jobin never betrayed them. In fact, when the Brotherhood arrived in their village, and they demanded to know where the Noxian expedition went, Jobin didn't say anything, so the Brotherhood tortured him, and eventually they took his life, all while he remained silent. At this point, Erath was overwhelmed by emotions, and tears started falling from his face right onto Jobin's cheeks. His journey, denied from fighting for his tribe, enduring the hardships to find his place in another, discovering their own broken family, seeing it torn apart and pieced back, fused. Before he left, the elder asked Erath where would he take him, and Erath looked back at the Ionian with a smile before answering, home.
Legit a nothing burger. I just... legit a nothing burger.
Let's find anything he couldn't
Okay, yep. Delete that. Delete that. Okay, let's go.
Don't remember what
Delete that. Okay, cool. Alright, the Riven nothing burger. Should really call us out for being mean, but now they wanna join us. Renekton's army. Alright. I don't care about that. Okay, we got Ruination, Sentinels of Light, Sentinels to Noxus. Viego's coming back. And also, this is the last thing before... Actually, no, is it? Nyla is probably the last thing, but since this is related, then it is what it is. M1 use so many new MMOs, Black Desert, free to play, Ashfall, Arcage 2, and Wrath of the Lich King Quest. The fucking ADHD is not real. And ADHD is real, but it's just a definition for something that a lot of people have, but it's not really like an illness or anything like that. Or like, it's a conditioning. It's not so much nature as it is nurture kind of thing. 7 levels of drunk. I love Mexico. And the best lore in Elden Ring, don't care. Corporate America doesn't tell you, don't here right now. Poor lore, doesn't matter. Let's see, did I miss anything that was... This fixes nothing. The complete lore of the Spirit Blossom event, don't care. Almost getting away with murder. Targaryens, whatever. Yeah, this love illegal. AI has finally beaten human beings. Why blame all men? This armor does not exist. Sure. I'll ruin my business, whatever. Frost demolished after tone deaf tweets after surprise layoffs. Like, some people are just weird. Flesh and Stone, Lux and Gallia story. Your developers start listening to pros. The types of gamers, honors versus innovators. Honors? Oh, honors, honors. Jeez. Characters too powerful for Game of Thrones. This can shoot. What is woman? What is that? Tristan Tate, Sneeko, New York, this is a Chad. Oh my god, anything you need to know about incels, William Costello. Bro, the weirdest creature that is popular right now is... What is that singer's name? As it was, Harry Styles, bro. Harry Styles is the weirdest human being that is known right now. Like, I just don't get it. What is this? What are you wearing? It's like, I swear, all like what is this? Like, why? This, I don't know if it was like... Bro. By far the weirdest human being on the planet. And the worst part is about this is that kids grow up thinking, yo, I want to be like Harry Styles. And let's be real, bro. If you're not a singer, you're not rich as fuck, and overall, I would say he's not bad looking. Right. If you don't have those qualities and you're like, yo man, Harry Styles, that's the shit. Brother. You're gonna be a virgin forever. Disgusting. Imagine like the designers for these clothes, like what does this crazy idiot want now? Hairstyle's full X Factor edition revealed for the first time, and I can't get over how quiet the crowd is. Was he on X Factor? Is that where this creature came out of? Damn, Olivia Wilde used to be hot. Now she's just crazy and old. Ooh, the shape of her skulls. Ooh. I can't. Let alone the song as it was just such a bad song. There's like, it's a nothing burger. Like nothing is. It's about nothing. Oh man, I swear, if you want to be like a rock star, just dress weird. Just dress fucking weird, man. Oh my god. All right, enough talking about weird people. Malzahar Store revealed the next Void champion. This is probably before what was her name? Keswath. No. Whatever her name is. The one who imprisoned Mabe Kaisa. Madaude.
Well, originally today I was supposed to be doing the review of the Ruined King game. But it is December and real life is difficult. So that will come later. Which means that instead...
Is the Ruined King game out?
New story of Malzahar.
A League of Legends story, Ruined King. Is it out though? Oh, it was. Ruined King League of Legends story. Rating 9 out of 10. $41! What's the gameplay like at all? You can see gameplay though? Is it a turn-based fucking bullshit? Is this a fucking online, like a fucking mobile game? Okay, whatever.
Because
not my thing.
The previous story with Sejuani and Volibear, there is the small chance that this one too may be teasing what will happen in the next preseason cinematic. Yes, Malzahar technically could be there. However, it is more likely that in the story we are going to cover today, Riot may be teasing the next confirmed Voidy champion.
So here's why I hope that the next cinematic that has to do with this story, because when the Squid Lady was released, her cinematic showed that she imprisoned Kaisa, right? But here's the thing, where there's a Malzahar, there's a Kassadin coming. So I feel like Kassadin should know, or like should suspect that something is happening and be in the area soon enough, somehow finding his daughter. I'm just...
Now, of course, right now, some people may be freaking out because Malzahar never really got his own story. This is his premiere. So just in case you forgot, Malzahar was a seer from Shurima. He had an ability that is often called Second Sight.
Yep.
Second Sight allowed him to predict future.
Recognition, whatever.
Tell what would happen in a gambling game. Or he was able to tell who would marry whom. But there was a catch. He was never able to see his own future. His own destiny was a mystery. Eventually, he ended up in Ikathia, which by now was already ruined by the Void. And that's where he learned that not only is life pretty horrible, with all the gambling and suffering, but he also learned that the answer to those problems is the Void. He saw that the only way to turn Runeterra in...
I mean, the answer to all suffering is death. In death, there's no more suffering because, you know, but there's also like nothing else. You know, suffering breeds about happiness as well, right? So you can't be happy if there's no contrast to it.
Into a nice place would be to speed up its way into oblivion. That's why Malzahar is such a crazy void-corrupted seer. He essentially wants to destroy everything so that life doesn't suck.
Yeah,
that's it.
Basically.
So now, let's have a look at the new story that really enhanced his character. And because it is not too long, we can read it word for word. So here's the story, Feast of the Prophet. Mir follows a crowd of cultists out of the Prophet's tent city, and down into a low valley at the edge of the desert. He's unsure if this was the right decision. Beyond the outcropping of rock where tonight's ceremony will be held is he's not sure how to describe it other than a hole, descending deep beneath the Shuriman sands, and into an emptiness that is both growing and alive. Throughout the day, these cultists throw livestock into the hole. They throw each other into the hole. Sometimes they throw themselves into the hole. And from what Mir is told, the hole responds by growing steadily larger, so cultists can throw more animals and more people down into it, and it can keep growing. And the awful pattern can repeat itself until the hole is so large that something big falls in. A city, maybe. Like Nashrame, he mutters. Though even if the entire state toppled in, ports and all, it would barely graze the sides. He caught a glimpse of the hole earlier. It's too big to be real, and yet, no one knows this is here, thinks Mir. But he's smart enough to keep this to himself. He cannot risk these people turning on him, although he uses the word people lightly. Some of them have a deep lavender glint behind the eyes that seems to spread over their faces in veiny twisting patterns, and they mutter constantly about Icathia or something called the Void. He cannot go back home. He's not even sure if his home still exists. He cannot flee anywhere but further south, where the land turns grey, and things named after old storybook monsters squirm across the rocks. Mir must keep running. If he stops, Noxus will find him, and because he struck an officer, they will kill him. Have you come to see the Prophet? One man asks him, as the crowds shuffle into an open area similar to a theater stage. His skin shifts sickeningly beneath a tattered cloak. Mir sees some of the man's teeth moving inside his mouth. Yes, Mir replies, knowing the cultists won't let him through without hearing one of their ceremonies. The man laughs. You are new to the nameless city, like many others. Some seek the Prophet, others seek nothing. It is all the same. He motions to his face, which glows faintly in the night air. Do not be worried, my friend. Soon you will understand. The Prophet will show you. The evening stars, black and yawning and somehow closer than before, wink ominously above the crowd's makeshift lanterns. Beyond the light there is the desert. Beyond that is the hole. And on the other side of the hole, freedom. Mir can taste it. Shurima is being swallowed up from three sides. In the north, Noxus spreads along the coast like a cancer, claiming everything from vast city-states to farming settlements of a dozen souls. In the ancient capital, the long-dead, now supposedly living again, Emperor Azir is set to prepare for an inevitable war. And in the southeast, well, this is the southeast.
But isn't the war with Zerath? Isn't that the war he's preparing for? I don't think he's preparing for the war with everyone, unless... Would he go back to the Shuriman roots and try to conquer the world? But I think his main goal is Zerath, really.
These people are eating it. There has to be something beyond the hole, down along the very lifeless coasts, at the southernmost tip of the Icathian Peninsula. A smuggler's port.
What's this?
Maybe a stop-off for fishing ships from Bilgewater? Mir could catch a boat, start over again in the Serpent Isles, and then... Stop thinking, threatens the broken-faced man. Mir looks up and sees a dozen pairs of shattered glowing eyes looking back at him. Your thoughts are loud, be silent. The man points out to the outcropping. Now the pulpit of an emaciated figure. Malzahar has come. The Prophet is covered in scarves and cloaks, crudely marked with the symbols of old Icathia. His feet are bare. His hands seemingly frozen in a rigor mortis grip, as though he were trying to fend off some kind of a monstrous creature. His face is obscured by a long violet wrap, and his head. Mir feels something like a drill being driven into his brain. He had looked for maybe a half a second into the Prophet's face, and seen within his forehead something shifting? No, that can't be right. Malzahar's entire skull was thin, fleshy, webbing, with something horrible inside. A light within a light, pulsating outward, spreading.
Feels like Malzahar is not Malzahar anymore. It's been like fucking, you know, those like souls, the Dark Souls, those like bugs or whatever that sit on your head and like take over you. Yeah, maybe that's what happened to Malzahar.
Hungry. My children, says Malzahar. Though his voice is not a voice at all, it's a projection inside of Mir's thoughts. An extension of the Prophet's unlight that is slick, glistening and wrong. Mir has to get out of here, but he can't run. The cultists are packed in too tightly, and he would never make it around the Great Hole before they caught him and tossed him down. Tonight is a night of confession. Now it's too late. Malzahar sees Mir. Mir is not sure how, but amid the crowd of hundreds, the Prophet's gaze rips through him, holding his body in place. Mir cannot even let out a whimper. Ah, newcomer, says Malzahar. Then let this be your awakening. There are flashes within Mir's mind, an enormous shape, looming behind the Prophet and filling the entire night sky. Buildings, or something.
A newcomer, tonight we feast.
Buildings, but inverted and crooked beneath a vast unnatural ocean. Thousands of voracious creatures swarming in schools, so large they block even the dappled light from the not sun, creating their own current in the not water. And a name that dances across the grooves of his brain like an acrobat. Elusive, but on the edge of realization. Believers, Malzahar continues, I have always told you that the end is certain. The void will come and wash away the world and all its miseries. And with it, each and every one of you. Mir's mind is ripping itself apart. Thoughts snap in and out so quickly, he can barely track what he's experiencing. Wings, spiders the size of wolves, a figure floating beneath Shrima, a confrontation. He sees
Kaisa.
consumed by an impossible
Oh. Yeah, there's Kaisa. Who's running though?
Shrima, a confrontation. He sees Noxus consumed by an impossible wave of creatures. The immortal bastion cracking grotesquely before falling into their mass. Ice breaking, things tumbling outwards and out. He sees Malzahar again, shadowed by a shape too large.
Malzahar just spoiled the MMORPG. It's like this is shit. These are things that's gonna happen. I love how they play with time in MMORPGs, where it's like someone can see the future, but the player character is beyond the vision of. He's beyond the control of fate. He's beyond the control of like visions of time and stuff like that. So it's like even though the only way that what Malzahar sees as the future is gonna come true, like for example the ancient ones waking and breaking the ice and stuff like that, the only way for that to be true is for there to not be the player character.
Why is it so large? Why is she?
She?
But we are all changed by our experiences, are we not? I watched my parents die in Amakra, waste away to illness. Yet, they are not gone. Their memories serve a purpose. And the imprint they left on me made me who I am. And what I am made you. The shape looms larger. It's not physical, no. But Mir's mind holds desperately onto anything it can. Something to anchor himself, save the Prophet's suffocating weight. The void has tasted their memories, and it wants more. The cultists throw their arms upwards, and the stars wink closer than ever before. Mir must hold on. Freedom is just beyond the chasm. He tries to think, but the words drain from his mind. Before them all is Malzahar. There is nothing else. The void has embraced a new form, a new possibility. I once saw the world end, in the absence of light and darkness, the totality of nothing, and that was wrong. So tonight, to you, to all my children I confess, The void has spoken, and now beneath her sea of lavender, she wants you, your memories, your experiences, existence. She wants everything. Mir only begins to run when the ground gives way under his feet. The chasm's sudden expansion swallows them all. The tent city, the cultists, everything, as Malzahar floats above, watching them all pour down into the throbbing, animated nothing. And, the prophet concludes, she will have it. Some of the cultists freeze midair. Darkly luminous corals burst from their skin before they are sucked into the undulating walls of the hole. More are torn limb from limb by fast-moving schools of strange iridescent fish. Others lose a scream before vanishing completely, as though suddenly erased. Mir's memories, like the stars above, wink out one by one as he falls faster and faster. The Noxian invasion, his hand striking an officer, his family, his friends, his childhood, his dreams. He drifts down beneath the lavender sea, past strange inverted buildings, jutting awkwardly from the light-dappled nothingness beyond the void's hideous living sky. And he catches a glimpse of something massive on the verge of being born. As his memories fade, the shape seems to move, responding to this new source of sustenance, growing stronger as Mir, the cultists, the animals, the tents, as they all fade away, erased utterly from the gentle shores of reality, repurposed into something terrible and new. A man once named Mir closes his eyes, emptied of all things. He touches the bottom of the void, and then he is gone. And that was the story Feast of the Prophet. Now, in the past, we had a couple of stories that predicted champions months before those champions were even revealed. This happened to champions like Yone, being teased in Yasuo's new story months before Spirit Blossom, or more famously, Rel was even named in Samira's story months before Rel was ever revealed. So since in the past, stories did actually reveal champions before their actual reveals, it is extremely likely that this story confirmed the next Void champion.
Especially, well, because I already know that it is, especially because it says like the champion wasn't born yet. What's the name of that new league squid champion? What's her name? Bel'Veth, okay. The other thing he says here is that Bel'Veth currently hasn't even been born. She's just absorbing the information of humans and stuff like that. And it's like, but Bel'Veth is the devourer, right? What is Bel'Veth's Bel'Veth? What's her full name? Bel'Veth, the Empress of the Void. Oh, she's the Empress? Okay, I thought she was like the Devourer or like something like that, but like, yeah. All that will ever be Bel'Veth cinematic. Another 200 years champion, or perfectly... Let's see this real quick. Is this the one with the Kaisa? Yeah, it's the one with Kaisa. Yeah. What are you? Let the lavender sea take you. Love how she peels away Kaisa's void appearance and reveals her own twisted appearance, like one disguised herself as a monster, but as a human. The other disguised herself as a human, but as a monster. So good. Radiates final boss energy. Bel'Veth Swan game Stingray slap. Who is Bel'Veth? Okay. Alright.
Welcome.
200 years, perfectly designed. No, definitely a 200 years champion. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay, so that was Malzahar. That's cool. So that's the pre to Belveth. That's cool. The girl who came back. Kind of wanna. Yeah. I'm gonna watch this. On because this is gonna be relevant for this later. Belveth lore, in my opinion, is not too important outside of like the cinematic of Belveth. From what I understand, she can just devour everything and grow stronger. That was pretty much the gist of it. I love her story. I just wish her character model showed up that she's been in the void since she was a kid. She looks too well kept. Yeah. Anyways, that's it for the Malzahar one. And let's go next. Yeah, this is an old one. A very old one. But I believe it's the most canon Kaisa lore outside of like her cinematic appearances in the other videos, the other cinematics so far. So yeah, let's just do that.
Hello everyone and welcome.
Same as the Malzahar.
One of the most influential stories in Runeterra's history.
Yeah.
The story about the fall of Icathia. That story finally revealed what the Void is about and how it behaves. Now we can go even deeper into what the Void really is, as we dive into the story of Kaisa, daughter of the Void. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about the fearless hunter of the Void known as Kaisa is how unremarkable her life began.
Yep.
She did not descend from tribal warriors hardened by generations of battle, nor was she summoned from distant lands to fight the unknowable.
She was just a daughter.
Beneath Shurima. Rather, she was just an ordinary girl, born to loving parents who called
Acceptance at long last. Mauricio Ferraz, thank you very much for the sub.
the unforgiving southern deserts their home. This was where she would spend her days playing with friends, and at nights dreaming about her place in the world. In her 10th summer, the young girl Kaisa's destiny would be changed forever. Had she been older, she might have noticed more of the unusual events that had begun to unfold in the village. Every day, her mother urged her to stay home, for fear of strangers wandering the land, demanding tribute to dark powers below. Kaisa and her friends did not believe it, until one evening they came upon a pen of sacrificial goats brought from nomad herdsmen. Using the knife her father had given her on her 8th birthday, she cut their tethers and set the animals free into a nearby canyon. It seemed like a harmless prank until the unthinkable happened. The ground began to quake, flashes of light scorching the sky, and the children ran for their lives. The Void had been awakened. A great rift split the bedrock, swallowing up Kaisa's village and everyone in it, leaving nothing behind but sand, people.
Who that? Who that, motherfuckers? Who is that? Why does he not mention it though?
Pierced with twisted columns as black as night. Kaisa regained consciousness to find herself trapped underground. She was filled with crippling fear, but there was still hope. She could hear the faint cries of other survivors. They called out to each other feebly, repeating their names one by one like a mantra. Sadly, by the 3rd day, hers was the only voice left. Her friends and family were all gone. She was alone in the darkness. It was only when all seemed lost that she saw the light. She followed it down. Along the way, she found meager sustenance. Amid the debris left by the collapse were ragged water skins, rotting peaches, anything to keep starvation at bay. But eventually, Kaisa's hunger was replaced by fear once again. She found herself in a vast cavern, illuminated by an otherworldly purplish glow, and she could see she was no longer alone. Skittering creatures swarmed in the depths. The first that came for Kaisa was no bigger than her, and she clutched her knife in both hands, red.
In this video, he says that her family and friends were lost, right? But it's like, why is there no mention of Cassidy in this whole thing? It's like, are they straight up trying to hide the fact that she's Cassidy's daughter? did they just retcon Kassadin's story, losing his daughter in a Shuriman, like when the void opened and swallowed his, killed his wife and swallowed his daughter, which was the original Kassadin story.
Ready to defend herself. The voidling horror knocked her to the ground, but she drove the blade into its pulsing heart, and the two of them tumbled deep into the abyss. The creature was seemingly dead, but its unnatural skin had taken upon the flesh of her arm. The dark shell tingled, but was hard as steel to the touch. In a panic, Kaisa broke her knife trying to remove it, but when the larger beasts came, she used it as a shield to make her escape. Soon enough, she realized the shell was becoming part of her. As her daily struggle to survive drew out into years, this second skin grew with her, and so too did her resolve. Now she had more than hope. She had a plan. Fight hard, stay alive, find a way back. She was transformed from a frightened girl to a fearless survivor, from prey to predator. For almost a decade, she has lived between two worlds in an attempt to keep them apart. The void hungers to consume not only the skeleton,
Void hungers,
but the whole
who says that?
Terra. She will not allow that to happen. Though she has slain countless void constructs, she understands that many of the people she protects would see her as a monster herself. Indeed, her name has begun to pass into legend, an echo of ancient horrors of doomed Ikathia. No longer Kaisa, but Kaisa.
What's the difference? What is the difference?
Listen to me. I tell the little girl who found me here, besides the pit. I need you to hear me, there isn't much time. She leans forward without a hint of fear in her eyes. Tell me what to do. I like her. A slight smile breaks across my face. For the first time, it what seems like forever. Not this, I say, gesturing to the arrow gripped in her hand. She holds it like a spear. I was only a child when the void took me from my family, so I didn't know any better either. But the rest of them, they were so careless. Sacrifices, offerings, tributes, whatever you want to call them, they were never going to work. It isn't some god appeased by gifts and prayers. It just wants to devour everything. You want to kill it? You want to destroy it? I ask her. She nods. Then starve it. The sensation of needles on my flesh grows stronger, as if in response to these words. The threatening presence is closing in around us, and my second skin constricts, pulling taut as a bow. I take one last deep breath before they come. The sand begins to shift, puckering and falling away like in an hourglass. Eerie pulses of light filter into the sky, as the construct creatures heave themselves up into the Shuriman night, screeching and drooling. I steady myself, charging the energy inside my shoulder pods. I grit my teeth and release it. Bright blooms of heat and pain find their targets quickly, raining down, stopping the creatures in their tracks, flinging them aside. The air is filled with an acid reek and the hiss of melting chitin. Soon, there is nothing left of them. I wait for the needle's itch to stop, but it doesn't. The girl is crouched beside me, ready. She probably cannot understand what she is seeing. Does it hurt? She whispers, her hand reaching out for the glowing scales on my arm. I pull back reflexively. She doesn't even flinch. Sometimes, I confess. Not too far away, her village sleeps on unaware, for the most part. Curiosity has no doubt gotten the better of this little girl. So many stories. Fables both frightening and fantastical. The voidling beasts hunting in the dead of night, calling to one another. She just wanted to see for herself. See what lurks beyond the rocks. See the thing her people both fear and adore at the same time. My skin tightens again. The needles, the constant itch. I blink. I'm sorry, you didn't tell me your name. She stands up proudly, still brandishing the arrow. I'm Illy. I came to protect my family from the monsters.
Illidan? Bro, Illidan is in the game.
Well, Illy, sometimes running is the best.
Illy sometimes.
But you don't run, she says, narrowing her eyes. Do you? A clever one, this girl. I shake my head. Not anymore. Then I won't either, Illy proclaims, brave as well. She has no idea what they are dealing with. None of them do. All these things her people have done to rid themselves of the creatures.
Okay.
They were just ringing the dinner bell. You need to make them understand. No more dancing beneath the new moon, and no more animals tied to stakes. The void has no mercy to offer. It feeds or it dies. The day I came to understand this was when I knew I had a chance. Maybe that's why I survive, while so many others perish. But survival always has its price. Ever since I found my way back, I've been paying it. Look, the girl whispers. They are coming to find us. I don't have to look. I knew they would come. By instinct, the carapace draws over my face. Illy stares up at me. Don't be frightened. I say to her in a voice that's so twisted and monstrous, it could have the opposite meaning. Of what? She asks. I found myself wearing a smile she cannot see. There are only a handful of people who's ever seen me in the flesh, or whatever it is that now covers my body. All but 2 of them are dead. Illy's people appear to be capable hunters. Only the capable live out here. I can see where she got her bravery. Their torches twinkle in the night. Papa! She calls out to the searching villagers without warning me. I found her, the girl who came back. They are heading towards us now, weapons at the ready, fire in their eyes. Illy! Her father yells, knocking an arrow to his bow. Get away from that thing! She looks up at me again, confused. For every little girl like Illy, there are 10 others who would run the other way.
Yeah.
Worse, I know what most people say about me. I've seen their fear scrawled across the mud walls, scratched into the canyon rocks. Beware the girl who came back a monster. They don't know a thing about me. I'm just something they do not want to face. A living, walking, frightening embodiment of what they fear the most. I guess that's why they added the mark to my name. 10 years ago, I was only Kaisa, very much like Illy, hopeful about the future as limitless as the stars in the night sky. That future died the day the void dragged me down. The needles are back. Illy releases my hand just as my luminous weapons materialize over my arms. Go to him. I tell her. Go to your father. Illy, run! Her father pleads. He draws back the bowstring with trembling hands. No! She yells, turning to me. I don't run anymore. I usher her forwards, keeping my eyes trained on the villagers. No, Illy. You are born a fighter. They will need you. After a few steps, she turns back. What do I tell them? Tell them to be ready. The void has taken so much from me, but I refuse to let it take everything. These moments, where kindness and humility shine through, where innocence and trust extinguish fear, they fill me with hope that we can defeat the rivers of timeless poison that flow beneath the world. The first time I escaped the abyss, I did it for myself. Maybe one day, it will be for them. And that was the story of Kaisa. There will be more, and
There will be more, but
is more up on the universe. But it is in a form of an ongoing comic. Since that story will eventually continue, let's wait till it reveals more of the main plotline.
Did Riot confirm Kaisa is Kassadin's daughter? Well, now we've all been introduced to League's newest champ Kaisa. Thanks to her interaction on the PB, we can now confirm that she's the long-lost daughter of Kassadin. What's the interaction? Kaisa confirms Kassadin's daughter in League of Legends. Yeah. Oh, the interaction. With Kassadin? Wait.
An ally has been slain.
On my watch. Set the story straight. And step back, Red.
Where's the Kassadin one though? It's towards the end, maybe?
My home, Void Spawn. You must be lost, creature. Not here, friend.
Oh, there it is.
Reunions can be so
First spawn with enemy Cassidon.
bittersweet.
Oh.
Could it be true? It smells like home here. Father? Have we met? You seem familiar. Something is off here. Don't be long. We're stronger together.
Is there ally though? Is there an ally Cassidon? No, only enemy, right?
Don't worry. I will fight alone. I've done it before. You can't outrun the void. It's only half a plan. Some call me monster. They have no idea.
Well, I guess the interaction at least confirms it though, because I remember like when she just came out, everyone knew. Let's be real. Kaizo said that he's familiar, and then most obviously when she responds will remark, "Father, in the updated lore, Cassidon's daughter was lost in the void, but we have yet to figure out why. In the past it was because of Malzahar. While it's no longer explicitly stated, that's in the case is tied to Malzahar. Upon killing an enemy, Malzahar case states, 'I forgive you, Malzahar, but I never forget.' That can only hope that this lore will be clarified and expanded upon in the future. Plus, there is now the potential for some Cassidon case of father-daughter skins, bro. That would be pretty sick. That would be pretty sick. I don't know why I like that part so much. Like I'm getting like all emotional. But yeah, man, they need to make more Cassidon story. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna check something real quick. I'm gonna let's do it like this. Necrit cast. Let's see if Necrit covers Cassidon in the last. Probably what Cassidon Malzahar lore. This is 4 years ago. Kaisa was when? When's Necrit Kaisa? The girl came back. Okay, so I believe he just covers the Case's daughter confirmed. Whole new world up on PB merch. Rift news. Battle Bunnies new Cassidon more. Rift news. The girl came back. Lore of Legend Cassidon the Void Walker. Oh. What's this?
Belveth proved herself to be a valuable asset to the world of League of Legends. Her lore took me by surprise, and now I can say, I really like it. If only I could see more of it past the thighs. Anyway, because Belveth explains quite a fundamental part of Runeterra, that being the Void, even her voice lines get really interesting. Especially since they give relevance to some champions who really need it.
Yes.
Without further ado, let's have a look at the
Let's see.
voice lines of Belveth.
Only existence can sate your hunger, Cho'Gath.
And the first one who deserves attention is Cho'Gath. For those of you who don't know, Cho'Gath currently has no canon lore.
Yeah.
We genuinely have no idea where he is or what he's doing. But now, Belveth confirmed his existence. So technically, Cho'Gath is canon again. Suck it up, Shaco. And the only thing she really confirmed is that Cho'Gath hungers. The original concept was that Cho'Gath was supposed to be eating worlds, but that would make him as powerful as the Watchers. So I don't think.
Yeah, probably not. No.
But at least it's.
I think what it means to like what it was supposed to mean, that Cho'Gath can get to a point where he eats worlds if he's not stopped, right? Like he would just keep eating, getting bigger to the point where he's big enough to just eat the world.
That Cho'Gath is somewhere eating something.
Yeah.
You disappoint me, Kaisa. The Watchers are the true threat.
Then she has a voice line with Kaisa. If you have seen the last video where we talked about Belveth's lore, you know that she's trying to get Kaisa on her side to fight the Watchers. However, to fight the Watchers, she needs to destroy reality. It's complicated, alright.
Yeah.
That's what the voice line is referring to.
Kassadin, the void you knew is gone. Your war cannot be won.
Then she has a voice line with Kassadin. In her story, she confirmed that Kassadin did indeed face Belveth's void. Remember, Belveth's void is a bit different from the normal void. While the Watchers and the normal void are trying to destroy all reality, Belveth is trying to consume it and essentially merge reality and the void. She also confirmed that Kassadin is going a bit crazy. And so with this voice line, she's essentially telling Kassadin that he's not fighting the void of the Watchers. He's fighting Belveth now.
Yes, Kha'Zix, you have tasted the world and crave more.
Of course, Kha'Zix started as a small pup, then he started consuming creatures and grew a bit bigger. He's technically not on Belveth.
So Belveth changed how the void works. Instead of just simply consuming, now she wants merging. How do merging accomplish though? What's the difference in merging and consuming? When you consume, technically what you consume becomes a part of you, right? Well, unless you poop it out, but like essentially, right? It's like the nutrients you eat usually are used to enhance your body, right? So therefore, that's, you know, that's merging as well, I guess. Like it's confusing to say the least. Yeah.
Kog'Maw, so small and yet so much potential.
Just like Cho'Gath, Kog'Maw also had no lore.
Yeah.
So once again, it is amazing to see that Kog'Maw is canon too. Suck it up, Shaco.
Fight the Watchers alone, Lysandra.
And then, of course, we know that Lysandra is holding back the Watchers in the north.
Yeah.
Technically, Lysandra is Belveth's ally. They are both the world's salvation against the Watchers.
But also,
However, Belveth is trying to destroy them through really awful means.
yeah.
Witness me, my prophet.
Malzahar.
Yes, Malzahar is the prophet who sacrificed an entire 10th town in the glory of his empress. The cool twist is, the entire time Malzahar wasn't serving the Watchers, he was serving Belveth.
Queen of the Xersai, you of all things resist the change.
Even though Rek'Sai wasn't really mentioned in Belveth's story.
As-
From the story with Talia and Kaisa,
Oh, okay.
we know that Rek'Sai is Belveth's enemy. Even though she's also in Shurima, Rek'Sai is not giving whatever she consumes to Belveth.
Vel'Koz, your Watchers cannot unmake me so easily.
When it comes to Vel'Koz, remember that he is one of the oldest Voidborn in existence. When the Watchers first erupted on Runeterra, Vel'Koz was one of the first scouts that was led out. So he is definitely against Belveth.
Such intense emotions, ruined king. A meal to match my hungers.
There will be more voice lines with Viego, but I'm gonna assume this one is here because the lore was written by the same person.
You are new to me, child of the
Void champion?
void. Show me your
Is Void champion?
Even though this seems to be a totally random quote,
Yeah.
whenever she meets a Voidborn, she needs to know if they just
okay.
destroy the matter they consume, or if they can pass it to Belveth so that she can create her own world.
You become greedy, Cho'Gath. Vicious, wanting.
Once again, Cho'Gath likes to eat.
Okay.
You resist me, Kaisa, yet I am your salvation.
This is a reference quote from the story where the two met. There, Belveth told Kaisa that she is the only salvation against the Watchers.
As stubborn and brave as your daughter. And now, so am I.
Stubborn is brave as your daughter, and now so am I.
This is an interesting quote, because this may be referencing the fact that Belveth is adapting human emotions. After all, that's what Belveth does. She is consuming reality so that she can become reality. That comes with emotions and all.
Not confusing at all, let's be real here.
Continue your evolution, Kha'Zix. Devour everything.
And here you can see that she would like Kha'Zix to be on her side. I guess that would be because if Kha'Zix consumes stuff, she can then consume Kha'Zix and get all the material.
Your true self awaits, mouth of the abyss.
This is also an interesting quote, because she may be teasing the fact that Kog'Maw is just a tiny Voidborn that grows into something much bigger. It seems like one day, Kog'Maw will transform.
Consider an alliance, Lysandra. Consider it carefully.
So they're not allies yet, right? They have the same goal, but they're not kinda
fighting the Watchers.
A beast of motherly instinct. The Watchers did not anticipate.
Oh, this is like when they're enemies. Okay.
Once again, yet another interesting quote. This one might be teasing the fact that when Rek'Sai was spawned, she was meant to go around and consume everything, but as she adapted to reality, she also inherited her motherly instinct. And so now, even though the Voidborn are supposed to be emotionless machines, maybe Rek'Sai cares about her brood. And she doesn't want to obliterate everything because she wants to exist with her children. This would definitely be something the Watchers would not anticipate.
Every moment of your life now belongs to me, Stoneweaver.
Yeah.
And yes, this is also a reference to Talia's recent story. The story where the Void started eating Talia's people. It turns out that Void was Belveth.
They would erase even her memory, Ruined King. You can still save her.
Oh.
Once again, the voice lines for both of these champions are written by the same person, that's what this really is. But also, even though there is probably no way to bring back Isolde, because Isolde was essentially vaporized by the Absolver, she technically still exists in reality in the form of memories. And
so if Belveth becomes reality, she can recreate her?
So Belveth is telling Viego that he can still keep her in reality if he fights the Watchers. Theoretically, there's also the fact that if Belveth consumes the information about Isolde, she can just remake her in Void flesh. It sounds horrifying, but Viego has been into worse stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening with the poultry, but at least she might be confirming that Nashor is actually a Voidborn. So I still have no idea what the heck Aurelian is doing with that.
Yeah, I thought Baron is like a manifestation of whatever this is.
Existence was our cocoon. It has
First move.
evolved into something more.
This is essentially the core of her lore. For millennia, the Void was just the Void, but when reality came into existence, the Void started morphing against its own will.
All your lives you have chased your own destruction. At long last, I am here.
This is a cool quote because she's referencing the fact that people have been summoning the Void for quite a while, and this is the result.
Life has infected my kind with the desire to exist. We crave only what was forced upon us.
Again, at the beginning of time, the Void was just the Void. It was reality with its emotions and stuff that started corrupting the Void. Yep, we are the baddies.
When the Void first touched existence, both were changed forever.
Yet another quote about Belveth being the merging of reality and the Void.
It's such a complicated character to even come up with as One second.
You tore us from our formless cradle and cast us into the horror.
Jesus Christ. Assalamu alaikum.
This is the same quote, but way creepier.
We have always watched.
Get it?
Undisturbed, the Void wanted nothing. Now we simply want. The Void cannot go back to what it was.
And then there are a bunch of these quotes that all essentially say the same thing. Everything was peaceful before we arrived.
Drown in me.
And that one was just for you. But that is it for her voice lines. I really like how the voice lines do exactly what her bio does.
Yeah.
It simply explains things. And it is just done so well. At the beginning, I was skeptical about the champion. It all seemed a bit off and I wasn't sure what...
Yeah, it's very confusing, to be honest.
Or going through all the cinematics and talking about the voice lines, I can easily say I really like this champion. And she would have been perfect. But there may be just one more thing we could talk about. Those damn thighs.
Let's not. Let's not talk about them damn thighs. Oh my god. Alright, well, that's the video. Yeah. Is what is Kaisa, Bulbath, and some casting. Anyways, let's go next. But first, what is this? I didn't order anything, so I have no idea what is this. Oh my god, why is like everything so laggy right now? My phone is laggy, my computer is laggy. Was there like some unknown update that was going on that just like fucking ruined life and like everything is just slower now? Just trying to teach me patience or some shit. Anyways, yeah, that's Belveth. Kaisa, well, to an extent. Yeah. Okay. Ruination, Sentinels of Light, Sentinels, Noxus. Okay, and what else we got? There's something here I just saw. This thing, the combi from the event finale. Yes, this is June 2021, and this is August 2021. So this is first, this is next. And then the Ruination finale. This is when? August 4th. Yes, this is after. Alright, redeemed Unbound Thresh. This guy's playing so good with that. Details you missed in the Ruination comic. Didn't see it. Don't care. Highest Sentinels of Light event goes so wrong. 5 stars, right, can continue after Viego. Those will appear in Arcane Season 2. React to every single League of Legends cinematic in one sitting. I know, but I don't think I'll do it in one sitting, but yeah. Let's see, is there a... Is there something like this? There it is. Cinematic Story Movie, 4K Ultra HD. And to every League of Legends cinematic. Cinematic in order. 226 cinematics. From 2009.
Product not yet rated.
Okay. Can I get a pause, please? Holy lordy. Official gameplay trailer, official launch, welcome to League of Legends, a video to keep you warm this holiday season, don't care, season 1 blooper reel, Earth Rider, Corki, Wukong, Monkey King, new champion teaser. No, this is not it. Okay, I just want the cinematic stuff, so it's probably this. Let's see.
Improvise.
The fuck is that?
Until you're ready for anything. Well, almost anything.
Seems like I'm the one holding all the cards now.
Well played, Captain.
I didn't know this one. Is this the Yona one?
Answer for what you have done.
Okay. It's Yone. Yone. Okay. Still Yone. Jesus Christ, a lot of Yone. Now Targon, I guess. Okay. Nautilus, interesting. I wanna see if there's like... Just really hope they don't do KDA here. Fuck is that? Yeah, don't know what this is. Okay. Nice. That's warriors. This awaken? Something in between. Yep. Okay, awakens here. We're definitely watching this at some point. Oh. What is that?
Cousin, we must leave.
Cousin.
Can't move. Stop!
Okay. Rise in the rune words. I guess this is what he saw before. Nico? I don't even know what this is.
Nothing.
What's this? Rune King?
Deeper in. Only to stumble into traps. Cassiopeia betrays Sivir.
Yeah. Who's in the story? Sarah?
Victor's torment.
Or Nasus?
Lifeblood.
Who's telling the story?
Face. At all. Just can see.
The Sivir story? There's a Zir. Oh man.
Which way? Over here.
That's Urgot, so I'm assuming. Oh no, it's Warwick. Okay. Kind of irrelevant.
Then, on a night much like tonight, it reaches.
How could you betray us like this?
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us?
Oh, it's theirs. Okay. Aatrox. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we have this, but King cinematic story as well after. So this will be after that. Jesus, 3 hours long. Okay. Got this, got this. Alright. Alright. Holy fuck. That's all I can say about that. Holy fucking scheiße. Alright. Do I want to watch it now, though? That's the real question. I think I want to take a break, though. See if I have anything to... It's like, I feel like I just want to, like, take, like, an hour break or something like that. And, like, recharge my batteries. Yeah, let's do that, I guess. Also, some anime to watch. I randomly have a new career every week. Alright, yeah, I'll be back in an hour or so. Or if not, then I'll try tomorrow after work. It's just... fuck. That Riven story that I'm not even gonna post just fucking ruined my day, I guess, or something. I don't know. But after watching that, I was like, yo, I'm just... fuck this shit. kind of thing. So yeah, it is what it is. see you in the next one, or in an hour, whichever happened first, either in an hour or the next one, or technically they're both the same, but yeah, maybe I'll just want to kind of chill a bit, yeah. Anyways, peace.